Oh, y'all following it up. Oh, y'all subbing it up. Okay. Oh, y'all ate that. Hi, everybody. Okay, elephant in the room before we start. I ordered a Sindel and a Melina cosplay that was distinctly the cosplays from this game, but they got lost in transit. So am I upset? Absolutely. Can we do anything about it? Not really. But we're here. We did it. It is Mortal Kombat time. And today we are sponsored, so thank you to WB for giving me the premium edition, and thank you so much for loving my content so much that you want me to do a sponsored stream multiple times. As my costume breaks. Let's not do that. Oh, that's not. So thank you so much for sponsoring, and if you guys want to find Mortal Kombat info or you want to buy through my link, just do !! Mortal Kombat in the chat, and if you're watching on YouTube, it is in the description box below. Thank you all so much for the subs. World's Dopest, thank you so much for 7 months. Love you so much. Spooky Flower, thank you for 11 months, almost 1 year. Hi Melon Mask. Hi Mario. Hi Whisper. Thank you for 22 months. That's crazy. Hex, thank you for the follow. Hi Diamond. Amelia, welcome into the stream. But yeah, I'm gonna put a follower timer on, so new followers, please bear with me. We're just gonna try to not engage in spoilers. And if someone waits the 10-minute timer and continues to spoil, get a life. But anyway, hi Key. Also, another elephant in the room. I am probably gonna be staying up all night long and streaming all day tomorrow. So if you love me and love my content, support me and hope I don't pass away. Hi Minx, hi Embaz, thank you so much for gifting a sub. And to Ross, Ross just said their first word of the stream and got gifted a fucking sub, hello. Hi Diamond, how you doing Minx? All right, I mean, let's see, let's just look around, shall we? Girl, I know how to play, you don't even have to do that to me. When Jade's here, could you imagine? I'd be like, oh! Oh, Havoc's locked. Not too much. Alright, we got a full roster finally. So in the beta, we only got to play as Katana and Li Mei. So now we get to play as all the girlies. I know, I'm excited as well. I know Deer might be doing something later. We were texted about it earlier. So I ordered these cosplays. Like, I got these outfits, and they got lost in transit. So if you see me rocking these in the future, you know why. Hi, Safety. Oh, she looks good. Tanya. I kind of want to play Tanya first. I don't know. Mama, how do I get a computer to join? There's no P2.
Tanya.
There we go. You just press triangle. I want to see Reptile because he's so sexy. I don't want to beat him up, but like we have to kind of look. Oh my god, why are they all locked?
Reptile.
So Scorpion and Sub-Zero get to be cameos and fighters, but we can't get Jade. Oh, okay.
Serena. Sonya Blade.
Not the giggle. Love her yoga set. Yeah, I've heard of the alternate costumes, but I don't know. Like, I'm going into this completely, I have no idea, so please no spoilers. Even on costumes and stuff, like, I want to react to seeing the costumes in real time, so we're here. Oh, can you change the time of day in some of the places? That's kind of cute.
The Great Hall.
Your thoughts on the new High Mage?
I'm not sure Dorfin has the metal.
Oh, he sounds fruity. This is my first match. We're in it. Me dressed as Sindel and I play Tanya for my first match, but I want to see the girls. Oh, the game is really loud. I'm so sorry, y'all. We turned her down here. Looks really smooth on my end. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it looks really smooth. Oh, Tanya's got potions. Okay, mother.
You pose no threat.
Round 2, fight.
Yeah, I went to Dunks today and they actually got my order right. Oh my god, would you believe it? Whoa! What was that? That was cunty. She does a split in the... Reptile, please. Can you stop? Nickelodeon sludge. Oh my god, he's actually invisible. That's cunty. That's quarter circle, circle. Wait, can you do it in the air? You can. Wait, hold on. Let's try to combo that. Hold on.
Finish him.
Mother, I don't know what your finisher is. What's your fatality, mama? Oh, can we see? I want to see Serena's fatality. Right down, R1. Where's R1? Oh my god.
Fatality. Tanya wins.
The poses? Okay, the poses at the end. That was sick. Hi, Rothy. Okay, now we play Sindel. I just want to get a taste of all the girls. I like Tanya's combos. I like that like little move that I could do.
Sindel.
You need to take this crown off this thing. This crown I hate.
General Shot.
Are there really only 3 girl cameos? Well?
Serena. Sonya Blade. Hanging Gardens. Once I rule, Outworld won't be submissive.
The throne will never be yours.
Hi, Oompy. Oh!
Round 1, fight.
Well, that's just obvious. They needed more women, but I guess we can't have everything in life. Oh! I like that hair whip. Okay, let's see her combos. Quarter circle forward. Okay, that's the basic hair whip. Quarter circle back is the hair like that. Okay, that's her usual cartwheel. Oh. How do you do her Banshee scream? Hold on. Right, left, Oh. Oh, I have to do it backwards now because I'm on the other side. Can you please back it up? Period. Exactly.
I'm tired of this.
Round 2, fight.
It's a good stun. Trying to figure out all of her stuff. Left, down, left. Yeah, does it look okay on your guys' end? Oh, what was that? Oh, I'm levitating. Oh, the split! Mama! Okay, not too much now. Okay, how did I levitate? Ooh, I'm levitating! Hiya! Bitch! Ooh! Get into it! Okay, you can back it up. Oh, you missed! Guess who missed? You, bitch! Haha! As I miss. Anyways.
Finish him.
Okay, mama, we need to do it. I can't mess this up. Down, left, down, square. Mid. Oh, like mid far away. Fuck.
Sindel wins.
Wait. Was she wearing the crown that entire fight? She was, wasn't she? We need to get the other costume now! I fucking hate the crown. I really do. It gives Walmart. And I know y'all are gonna be in the comment section. Oh my god, you look like you're wearing Walmart. Yeah, because I'm broke. I'm not Miss Mother of Adenia. I need her to take that crown off. I hate it. Y'all can't even tell me that it wouldn't look better without that crown. It's funny because like I want some of these characters like to play as my cameo so we can be like dating, but they're playable. So I'm like, oh, I wonder if Xiao got cake like right into it in the trailer. Wait. Oh, her fatal blow. Oh yeah, that's right. She does her pussy swat. She does her pussy kick. Can we play Astra? I'm actually really excited for Astra. I think she looks incredible. I love the like demon like look. Who do we want to see naked? Oh, I want to see Smoke. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Striker.
Oh, I don't want Striker. Not too much.
Serena. Striker.
You? Well, I did text you this morning. And that means a lot. That's like, we're like married.
Dragon Army.
Beware of young Hanzo's rage, Tomas.
Don't worry. Kuai Liang and I will tame it.
Only for premium orders, and also because I'm sponsored by them. But tomorrow, like, is officially like, today is like content creator day. And then like, okay, here was the timeline before we get into this. The timeline was yesterday people could film YouTube videos. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, I'm saying it. Yesterday was like YouTube video creator day, so they can make it before the release day. Today is streamer day, you can stream it tonight. Tomorrow is launch day for the premium owner edition people to play it 5 days early, and then release day is on the 19th. So it kind of works out for me because I have to move on the 16th, so I won't be able to stream on Saturday, but this works out. I love her attire. She looks gorgeous. Also, hi, Toast. Also, everybody, thank you for coming today. Love you guys. If you're also a big fan of me, we are doing the Nintendo Direct in the morning. Damn right. I am going to be up all day, every day. Live reactions, Nintendo Direct, 10 a.m. Wake it up. Okay, I can't get like any of her combos. Not the taser. That was silly.
Not enough.
Yeah, 10 a.m. EST. So many feet. Am I gonna die? Wait. Oh no, I had the fatal blow and I didn't do it. I'm so sorry.
Round 2, fight.
Oh, I thought my health could. Whoa! What was that? That was so cool. Yeah, should we switch the other mode so we can get the costumes? I'll swap up to this. Unless there's something else you guys want to see. Let me know what you guys want to see. I want to see this fatal blow, girl. Wait, no, you need to attack me. Okay, Smoke needs a Speedo skin, I don't know. Raise your hand if you agree. Whoa! Oh!
Finish him.
Oh, cunty. Take a shot every time I say cunty. You might die. Down, left, down, triangle. I did it!
Fatality. Ashra wins.
I mean, technically he's naked. We burned his clothes off. I don't know if you guys are into that, but, you know. Maybe that's how we get the skin. Not Smash when he's dead. Oh! Okay, let's just go through everybody. Let's look at everybody. I know we've seen them in the trailers, but like, let's look at them, their final version. This is the main game, honey. This is it. This is the one. Katana looks, I think these are my favorite Katana and Melina designs. I think they look the best, along with Tanya. Y'all already know my other stuff about the other girls, but we'll get there. Oh, I didn't realize this was Rain's default attire. I don't know if I'm a fan. I don't like the yellow. Like, I wish that was all blue and then like the accoutrements were like just the gold and the yellow. It looks sexy. Ooh, this alternate color is hot. They made all of the like men like slutty like verse bottoms. See, this hair, these like hairstyles should have been on Rico. I don't like this little, you got that little rat tail in the back. I don't like that. He's hot, but like that rat tail is not cute. It's giving we didn't have time to finish his hairstyle. Like they have budget in their hair. Like this is hot. I need Reptile's hood to be off and the mask to be off because like I just want to see him. I just want everything to be off. Just take it off. He is so Reptile, Baraka, Shao Kahn. I need them all. Chop. Kenshi looks good. Ooh, I like the tattoo. Next. I guess. I think he's looked sexier, I will say. The crown can go, mama, but the outfit is fierce and the hair looks good. We already said, but his little like pec window with his titties hanging out, cute. Y'all know, if y'all seen my VODs, you know I can't stand Raiden, but Raiden looks so cute in this game. Like not even like hot, like I want to like have like a high school crush on him and we hold hands at the dance. Like he looks really cute. Like he looks like innocent in this game. It's such a dynamic that's like weird. That's like crazy to me. Because like in the other games, he was so annoying and like the worst character ever. And in this game, I'm like, oh my god. Because doesn't he have a crush on one of the girls? He has a crush on Katana, they said. That's so cute. My name is Katana now, thank you. Do I have the skin? How do I use the skin? Oh, do I have to customize? I probably have to customize. Hi, Donnie. I wasn't done and the game said, hold on, you're done. Kung Lao looks so hot in this game. Like, he was always hot, but like, oh my god. This game makes me want to play the men. I think Ashura, ooh, like, I want to cosplay her. Like, I love that she looks more like a demon opposed to the other game that she was, because her story is that she was a demon trying to cleanse herself to become like an angel, but she's in the demon realm. So like, I like that she looks more like a demon. Miss Megan. I think she's the best attack. I can't with the wig. Like, everything about her is a 2. Like, I'm about it, but like the wig is so not it. Is it short in the back too? It's not even long. And if I said he could get it, what would you say? Play Nitara? Only if you subscribe. I'm kidding. Who do we want to fight? Let's see Cage.
Serena. Goro.
Oh, okay, Ariani with the ponytail. Actually, go back. We'll do medium. Let's do a dark stage, like dark, like scary. We'll do random, never mind.
Treasure chamber.
Earth realm is doomed, Cage. Viturnus
Can
will...
we just shit can the monologuing and do this?
Oh! Not him blocking her, hold on. Not too much on Mother. He gagged her, I don't know.
Round 1, fight.
Wait, we don't know what her fatality is. I haven't seen it yet. The screaming. Megan, scream into the mic for us. Scream like you just got gut punched. I just did like a hex. Did you see that? Oh, her in the background with the bat. That's so cute. Did I land it? Oh! Oh my god.
Round 2, fight.
What is this? Is this like an empower? It has to be. How do you use the bar in the bottom? Okay, you can actually back it up. Let's see her combos. I'm trying to do her, like, her abilities. I keep doing that hex thing. Oh, nice! That was nasty. Oh, not him about to clock me. Oh, 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 not too much. Oh. Okay, that was close. Wait, before we move on, what are some of the combos? Quick taste, enhanced leap of faith, down, back, R2.
Like that? Hell yeah, you did.
Final round, fight.
Stop.
Oh, he just hit me with the sunglasses. Not we. Not him gagging me. Stop! Fuck.
Finish her.
Shut up. I don't know her combos. She's like, actually, I feel like she relies a lot on her empower and like landing grabs. I feel. Like, I think we need to do her empower and oh. I'm also not using my cameo like at all. How do I use that bar at the bottom? The way he dodged it? Fuck you.
Warm blood.
Round 2, fight.
Okay, that's new.
Go.
Her screaming is something else. They said, Megan, we need you in the studio. We're gonna milk this contract dry. We need everything you can do. I know, I suck at games too. I was like, let me try a challenge, and now I'm getting my ass beat. Like, what?
You can't have too much cake.
Final round, fight.
Bring it.
Him with Frost would probably make me tilt. Like, I'd be mad. Well, you missed. Haha, spooky fart. Okay, I was kidding. I was playing. Okay, I'd like to do her fatality. I haven't seen it yet. Jesus Christ. Oh. Down, down, left square. Oh, I did it. Oh! Oh!
Nitaro wins.
Oh, wow! Me when I watch Batman. That was full Batman tease. Did we get Sindel? I mean, she's in the game. Should I do the... Oh no, they brought back towers. Oh, that's not... Okay. You can customize the cameos? I'm shocked. Like, actually. Can I take it off? Oh, there's different fatalities. Well, I have the John Klon one, so let's fix that. Aha! There it is. Oh, they give him different colors too. That's fun. That gives it a lot of potential. I like that. I actually like that. Okay, I like that you can take the stuff off their face. Let's keep it for the women. He's like naked, like it's hot. So what can you customize on the cameos? Let's check. Oh. I'm sorry I asked. What was that? Right, I'm sorry. Ooh. Okay, guess we're not customizing the cameos. That must be a bug. That was weird. That's weird. Not too much. Femboy Hooters, so true. Thank you for the follow. Hi, Cammy. An invasion? Yeah, I think we should start doing that.
Though the barriers among timelines have been rebuilt after the recent invasion, they remain porous. That is why I chose to secretly surveil all of them, to keep watch for potential aggressors. And my choice...
Thank you all for the follows.
...wise. There is no shortage of malefactors who wish this timeline harm. But with the advanced knowledge I have gained of their plans, I can coordinate this timeline's defenses. These threats vary.
This is a home invasion!
All risk to increase skill, luck.
Are those fake tits?
These threats will
Yes! You are a whore!
this timeline.
I'm literally sponsored right now and I'm quoting PORN.
Maybe bless your efforts.
Hey guys. Before you begin your journey, choose a fighter for your team. This fighter can be changed at any time. Okay, well, it's pretty obvious who I want.
Serena.
Welcome to Casa del Cage. I've got one rule.
Hi, Chris.
Don't break anything. It's all expensive.
I miss my boobs. I'd wear my boobs today. That's why this bodysuit doesn't fit. I don't have my boobs that usually fit it. I lost them in the fire.
Like the weird
I lost my boobs in the fire.
in my bedroom. Can I tell you how much of a nightmare it's been trying to sell this place? Oh, BT Dubs, there's a key under the rock.
Walks. Smash. Oh. I stole the key to the mansion. Defeat him and recover the key. It's okay. I mean, we just started. I don't really have like a... I mean, it's gorgeous. The only issue I had was customizing the cameo, like lagged the game for a second, but I guess it's launch day issues. Oh, that's new.
Finish him.
Oh, I can do my finisher? That's kind of funny. I fucked up again.
Sindel wins.
Oh, levels up my Sindel. Oh, we have some gotchas. Like, as playable, I don't think it'll ever happen, but
Sweet.
they just hate us. I'm trying to be a realist.
This place is supersized, and I'd hate for you to get lost.
Navigating information. The blue pathways are unlocked. The red pathways are locked. The green pathways lead to encounters. The arrows guide you to the exit.
Of course. Casa del...
Yeah, there's like no reason to tell me that there's a person for the leak. Like when I've been saying for the last like 10 streams, like don't spoil stuff. But it's okay, it's empty.
Fight.
Oh, this is an interesting outfit. Who is that? Oh, it's Rico. Oh, that was nasty. Okay, not too much.
Finish him.
I'm trying.
Sindel wins.
Okay, y'all doing too much right now. Y'all trying it. It's getting irritating.
I've got cameras pretty much everywhere.
Fight.
Mama, because I have to do the input for the stream.
Need more?
I don't know.
Sindel wins.
Maybe I should have looked that up. Yeah, you can do everything. Any and all content could be showcased during this campaign, so that means story mode, invasions, online matchmaking, couch play, etc. Thought you giving me a heart attack. I was like, hold on. Yeah, we'll do the story, but I want to settle in and just like explore a little bit before we sit down and become a couch potato while watching the story.
Fight.
Ooh, pretty colors. I like the aquamarine accent. What is that move? I point at you, I point at you. Venus Delight in that one lip sync with Shangela. Points. Stop backing away from me. I'm just gonna do this to you, bitch. Are you scared? Are you really that scared, mama? Because why are you backing up? What? Like, you were real scared. Down, right, down, square. I did it! Oh, her face. Oh, she got gagged.
Who's your queen?
Fatality.
That's my mama. Y'all can like and retweet. Not her. She actually does kind of have the best fatality. I don't know.
You thought things were crazy before? Well, buckle up, Buttercup.
Cage mission.
Is what I like to call
if you thought things were crazy before, well,
only go in there if you like
buckle up, Buttercup. Because through those doors is what I'd like to figure out how they're getting in here. Can you shut up? I'm trying to read what you just asked me to fucking read. My God. Anyway. No, this is sponsored access. The game will be available for premium order peoples tomorrow. Or tonight. I don't know really the time zone, but this is for WB partners and WB content creators right now. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry. But you can watch. We're not doing the story. Because through those doors is what I like to call a demon alley. Only go in there if you like fighting vicious netherrealm besties. I know it doesn't say that, but I'm gonna call it that. If I could only figure out how they're getting in here. Why do you have a demon alley in your bedroom?
Meet the Collector, my
What?
personal shopper and lifetime pickleball teammate. He's a cool dude, just don't get on his bad side. My man's always on the hunt for shiny new stuff. He'll buy or sell pretty much anything.
Not the Collector making a cameo and Jade is nowhere to be found. That is just raw, though. That is just fucked. This streamer setup. After discovering a shop, you can teleport back. Nice. This is kind of what my streamer setup kind of looks like. I'm just kidding. It does not look anything like that. It was just baiting you. Ed Boon was like, I'm sorry, I don't know who that woman is. Where did that thing come from in the sky? What is that? Dula Peep! I can't. Oh. Oh, because he got gagged. Oh, no.
Finish him.
I mean, it's not terrible. He does this to himself all the time. Who's your queen?
Fatality. Sindel wins.
I think gross. I know, we were lucky enough to get Melina as DLC, but they waited like 5 years in the last game. I know for a fact because the fucking TikTokers are spoiling every goddamn thing! I was scrolling on TikTok. Sorry, I was yelling. Sorry, not sorry. Anyways, I was scrolling on TikTok and she has another fatality, but I didn't watch it, but I know she has one. And you can customize fatalities. So there's probably multiple, but you need to unlock them. I do too, it's kind of cool. That's me in the back. That's me when I see my hot oomfies. I kick my feet up and go, hee.
Fight.
Yeah, the open world crush was a lot. You could get lost and not even find some items. It would take you like a decade. I was like, ooh. It was a cute thought. Hey Kung Lao, I'm free tomorrow night. I'm actually not. I'm streaming like all day because of the Nintendo Direct and the State of Play. So, yeah! What is that in the sky? Whose bird? Wait, I can make his cameo fight for me? That's cunty. Serve your queen. That is cunty.
Your
Queen. I want to get my nails done purple. Because my 2 favorite characters, Starfire, Sindel, are purple. Oh, I got a new color story. Oh my god, it's like a dark purple. Fun. The camera cropping my hair out because I'm so big today with this hair. Hey guys. And you're big. Fire spit. Ooh, I like this color. I like that, like, what would you call that color? That blue. Yeah, I like that color a lot. Aqua. Aquafita.
Finish him.
I just kind of want to do this. Oh. I want to do the scream, but it's whatever.
Sindel wins.
Oh, you get color palettes from leveling up. Oh, that's fun. So does the color palette change Serena while she's a demon, or because she's like almost always a demon? So does the color palette really matter? Hey Diva, what is this? Many opponents in Invasion have super armor during their attacks. That means the attacks cannot be interrupted. I'm never gonna do this. Just letting that be known. I thought you just said they can't be interrupted. Okay, well. Oh, it wants me to guard in the... Okay, I see. Okay, well, fuck you. You're a bitch. Right. There we go. Took me a couple of tries. I'm never gonna do that. So just putting that out there, I'm never gonna do that. Who guards in fighting games? Straight people, that's who. Us gay people don't do that. We just spam buttons. We as gay people get to choose that we spam our buttons while playing fighting games. And not guarding.
Fight.
It's honestly embarrassing if you're a queer person guarding in a fighting game. Like, that's literally embarrassing. That's satire. Don't take that out of context. Nothing is serious, ma. I was taking your fighter, so... Oh. Does this. Wait, can you do attacks while you're levitating?
Finish her. Sindel wins.
Huh? I thought he was already unlocked. I think she does. I think someone says she has a hat.
That crazy demon lady dropped a talisman. It's pretty powerful if you know how to use it. Ooh, you can...
Not crazy demon lady. Not too much. Who is eating the floor over there? Oh, I don't know. Maybe it does. We can check. I can't believe literally the Nintendo Direct got announced and then Sony was like, yeah, we're gonna announce the state of play like right after. That made me giggle, I don't know. Oh, I don't wanna know. Oh, that's not. No, it's really okay. In the sense that like, let me in.
Fight.
Okay, let's look at the cameo move. Her fatal blow is called Snatched. That's funny. Queen's Command. Down left circle. Let's try it. Oh. That's not it. Oh, it probably is timed. Oh, it's not, but you can cancel them. You can cancel the cameo. Oh, there we go. I did it. I don't know how I did it, but I did it. Yeah, I can do her.
Finish him.
Left, down, down, R1.
Fatality.
She did that.
Wins.
Oh, we're in the kitchen.
Hey, look!
Okay.
It's Bob! Bob's my bodyguard, private chef, and personal trainer. He Shao Kahn do everything.
I'm gonna be honest, not really besides Sindel's. I thought Lichara's was kind of cute. I don't like that the cameo, like, fatalities feel like side characters. And I know that's what the cameos are supposed to be, but I don't know. I want them to be, they just feel like quick fatalities. They're fatalities. I want them to all be, like, you know. No, I haven't played Katana. We played a lot of her in the beta, so I haven't played her yet. Because we can only play her and, like, one other person. No, we haven't played Melina yet. I kind of want him to gag me so I can give her Fatal Pillow. Okay, attack me. Attack me! Thank you. Snatched!
Who's your queen?
Fatality. Sindel wins.
I'm so close to leveling up. I want another color palette. Was this the right way? Oops. If they did, we mod the game for booty cheeks in the future. And I will.
Serve your queen.
Finish him.
Oops.
Sindel wins.
Aw, man, I was hoping... Oh, I got a brutality, I guess.
You might be thinking, what is this old hunk of junk? I mean, sure, it's old, but is it junk? Hell no.
So, like, do you get anything from doing the story? Is this, like, where you get everything? Is this mode? Jump and duck and to avoid the energy balls? Excuse me? Oh, 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 oh! Hello? What the fuck? actually what just happened.
Survive.
I'll try. That didn't hit me, you lie. Stop! No, this isn't fair. I guess I did it.
Sindel wins.
That was too much. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, who are these? So...
Holy crap. That's me. I mean...
What is the controversy with the final spot? I don't understand. The 23rd, so there's no 23rd. Like, at all.
Fight.
Oh, what an outfit.
Oh, come on. Bullseye.
Finish him.
It was too close.
Sindel wins.
Playing on PC. Automatic, just, it does not matter to me. Ow! Enough. What is that?
Excellent.
Oh, we moved the laundry. I'm so glad. They feel good on certain characters. I didn't really.
Whoa. Slow down there. What the heck are you doing? Do you even know where that thing goes? It's probably gonna take you to where those freaks who crashed my pad came from. Do you really want another piece of that? As your fake attorney, I advise you to stay the hell out of there. There's no coming back, pal.
Hey, sorry I did anything. I'm getting achievements, but I don't know what they're for. Like, what is that? I don't know where I'm going. What is it here? You can't go in there. What the heck? I made it.
Test your might.
What the? Oh, the hair flip was everything. Oh. Okay.
What the hell? I had one rule. Don't break anything.
Oh, my bad. What's in here? Oh. That's a long walk. Can we teleport? I made it. Oh. What's this? We have some more colors for this outfit. But I'm not a Johnny maid. I don't like that outfit. I'm gonna be honest. Can I like look at the entire map somewhere? Like, can I like look at like a full... Oh, you can look at what they're... Not me getting a taunt at the next level. Who cares? Jesus Christ. Oh, I like that. Oh. Okay, I'm just gonna like go to level 15. Okay. I don't wanna like... I don't want to leave. Okay, well, I'm leaving.
The Scorpion invading our timeline also lost his wife and son to Quan Chi's murderous machinations. Consumed by grief, he searched them all to find another Harumi.
Yeah, what does season mean?
To rebuild his family. But in timeline after timeline, he arrived too late. Harumi was already dead. When
yeah,
Scorpion
we
reached
will.
ours, he was crushed to find that, though alive, Harumi was wedded to Kuai Liang. Thwarted yet again, Scorpion's frustration exploded into rage. He has vowed to burn this entire timeline. If he cannot have Harumi, no.
There's a new a new invasions every 30 days? What does that mean? Oh, that's not... So, can we play all of these now, or these are coming available in 30 days? Tell me I can play all of them right now. Don't say they're locked to time. Oh, I can. Okay. So where does the new like, where does, like, I guess after you beat them all? And we're not gonna know unless we do them, so. Yeah, y'all gotta strap in for some Sindel gameplay, because if, like, this is, like, one of the only ways to grind characters out. I'm taking the easy way and doing Sindel early game. So I want those Sindel cosmetics down. We'll play the story in a bit. I really wish this fit me better. This is pretty.
Fight.
I think it is each character. Say the line! Say the line!
Who's your queen?
Oh my god, she said it! Oh my god!
Sindel wins.
Well, Mama, in the corner right there, it says Sindel is level 3 and Serena is level 2. So I don't think it's across the board cosmetic BS. Also wouldn't make sense, really. Like, if I'm playing Sindel, why would it level up Scorpion?
Tanya. Sindel.
Yeah, it's mastery. I mean, your account levels up. But for this...
Fight.
Why is Serena just standing there, girl? What? Yeah, what was that? Did you see that? Like, what was that scream?
Finish him. Sindel wins.
I want to see what that screen was. That was really weird. They have elements? That is funny. Sindel is a fairy type Pokemon. Serena's fire. That's kind of hilarious. So you get cosmetics here. I assume we're never gonna get Sindel cosmetics. It's gonna take me like 3 decades to get it. You guys have microtransactions yet? Mesa? I don't know. I just don't. I want my cosmetic. We do our gacha here. Mortal Kombat gacha. Cosmetic right now. Okay. Supersonic, thank you so much for the follow. It's like skins and fatalities. No, you can't like see everything like you could in the other games, which kind of sucks because I want to see what I can get. I do like the darker color version better. I do like the black and purple a lot better actually. Literally. I don't remember what else I got. I think I got from premium. I got this. No. Like, how do we do it? I couldn't find her for a second. I was like, what?
Johnny Cage. Frost. Cyrax.
So I got something for the mansion. So you can lock skins for the maps, aka time of day, basically.
Cage Mansion.
It must be hard running Outworld.
A woman's job is never done.
Oh.
Yeah.
Round 1, fight.
Eat this.
Is that all?
Round 2, fight.
All my lipstick just got on that. Okay, how do we do this brutality? This is my brutality? No. Oh, that's not. L1.
Finish him. Sindel.
How do you drink water with makeup? You just drink it. It's water.
Round one, fight.
Senior, thank you for the follow.
Hide.
That's right.
Wait, his booty.
Yourself more pain.
Round two.
Oh, my green screen broke. I was like, what?
Save your queen.
Finish him.
I like actually have no idea.
Sindel wins.
Because when I do that, it activates the grab, but... Fuck. Should we start the story? Are we ready for that? Is my lip gloss okay? Yeah. Baddest do what the baddest do. We the baddest. I know, we're literally broke. Oh. Oh wow. It's a lot louder than the main game. Audio mixing.
My friends, your patience is about to be rewarded. For I have saved the best for last. I have recently discovered a cure-all of unrivaled potency. It will soon be on the shelves in every home of Outworld. This elixir is crafted from an ancient recipe. It has Patreon flowers, Margovian nectar, powdered teeth of an Arctican dragon.
Thank you.
All this and more, infused with powerful Lacroix magic. There is a village in the next canton over, where everyone has purchased this miracle cure. Overnight, all diseases, even Tarkot, have disappeared. Now, magic this potent is expensive. And I am sure you're asking yourselves, can I afford it? But the true question you must ask is, can I afford to be without it?
You lie, Shang Tsung. Your cures are useless.
Hi, Dylan. Oh.
I'm sorry. You are?
Someone fool enough to have believed you. My daughter was dying when you came to my farm. You promised a miracle, and I gave you all I had. But only days later, she was dead.
That is impossible. My magic could not have failed her.
There was no magic! I took your elixir to an Imperial mage, and you know what she said?
Oh!
It's nothing! Just Bourgeois tea!
The mage is mistaken, kind sir.
Oh, get him! Get his wallet! Get him! Fuck him up!
Efficacy is guaranteed.
Get this con artist! Gag him! You get him! You fuck him up! Loser! Loser! Sorry. I don't like liars. Liar! You're a snake! My wig's popping. What?
It is an excellent ruse, your disguise.
Oh!
Backwater folk are far more likely to trust a kindly old man.
Here on behalf of a dissatisfied customer. If it's revenge you want,
Oh!
have at it. If it's restitution, there's nothing left.
What I want, Shang Tsung, is to elevate you, to make you the great sorcerer that now you can only pretend to be.
A generous offer. Why me?
Ariana, what are you doing
You are
here?
uniquely resilient. Who else could eke out a living traveling Outworld's hinterlands, selling quack cures and
She
fake
kind of looks
magic?
cunty, I don't know.
A living. It is barely survival.
And you were meant for more. To live among kings, not peasants. But since before you were born, you have been conspired against by those who fear how formidable you could become.
How do you know this? Who are you?
I am your deliverer, Shang Tsung. Join me, and I will put the realms at your feet.
Ew! Oh, you can back it up. I didn't like that little... That was weird. It's getting weird.
This is a good harvest, Kung Lao.
Yes. It is a blessing, Raiden.
Oh, just
would
the
rather we
cheese?
No, no, of course not. But we've worked these fields since we were kids. In
The
4
bare minimum.
years,
I'm like, oh
we
my
still
god,
feel
he's
it.
wearing jorts?
Something
Like,
feeble, like old man
ooh.
way.
Like, mama.
As long as I've known you, you've dreamed of leaving Fengjian. Why can't you be happy here?
Our ancestors fought in great wars. They died with honor and glory.
Ooh.
Stories of our great adventures will be passed down for generations.
It may not be glorious, but what we do helps the village thrive.
I know. But is it so wrong to want some excitement?
If that's what you want, may I suggest a bet?
Yeah, well, the jorts need to be off, and then he needs to be in me.
You work faster than me? Ha! Since when?
Who said that?
You're on, Raiden.
Oh, just one sniff.
That is amazing.
Can we pause?
I am starving. I wonder what Madame Beau is making.
Hi, gentlemen. Do you need a strong woman to serve you?
You too?
Have you ever been to Patty? The Eiffel Tower, perhaps?
You spoil us.
Like the sons I never had.
Mama, the intrusive thoughts always win with me. It's when the intrusive thoughts don't win.
Time for martial arts.
I don't know what I
Since
just
your
said.
first words, Kung Lao, you've mouthed nothing but excuses. If you fail to prepare...
Your preparations will fail you.
Good. You haven't forgotten. But we'll see if I make you anything special tonight.
I'm glad you're paying. Madame Beau might...
Hi, gentlemen. They're so fine. Don't lie.
Her anger.
I am paying. You finished work last.
But I delivered my cart first.
Delivered? Huh. The bet was filled.
That's not what I remember.
So that's how it is, eh? What do you say we settle this man to man? Hmm?
Wait, you mean fight?
Yes. Right here, right now. Madame Beau can watch. Critique our form.
I can watch. I'll watch.
Best 2 out of 3?
Fair enough.
You can go 3 times? Because if he can't fuck 3 times a night, what can he do?
This won't last long enough for that to happen.
Ace.
You will be down in no time.
Shut the fuck. No, Nikki last night at the VMAs. Oh, I don't like this character. Oh, wow. Who am I playing? I'm Kung Lao, okay?
Must we go another round? We both know how this ends.
I know, I'd be like, can I have my check? Can I get it to go? This girl in the back right there, she's so gagged. She's like, Repeat, they are not jorts. They're long pants. It's very hot. That's probably why he was sweating. Can you get a pair of scissors and cut him? That move is stupid. I keep doing it over and over again. That's just his one ability. Oh, wow. Like, I keep doing that because it's the... Okay. Oh, claps. No, put the camera back on the other side. I want to see something.
The day's coming, Kung Lao.
Look, Raiden is so hot in this game. What is their problem? Why did they make everybody so sexy in this game? You're gonna sponsor me and you're gonna make me sit here for 2 hours and you're not gonna make, and you expect me to not go off the walls rabid for these men that I just want to see in jockstraps oil wrestling? Like, this is ridiculous. And they know they're hot. They know they're hot because that scene of him sweating. And they went, ooh, let me get the sweat off me. Mama! They know that we're gonna go crazy over these men.
You were hungry. Oh, everything was delicious, Madame Beau.
Thank you, Raiden. You boys are always a pleasure to cook for.
Literally, I'm like, ASAP. And Smoke's here too. Oh my god. Bathhouse.
Madame Beau, the Lin Kuei await your answer.
I have been busy, Smoke.
The Lin Kuei? Who are they?
Don't know, but I don't like where this is going.
What do we do?
Stay ready.
Madame Beau, it is a simple choice. Pay for our protection, or risk harm to this fine establishment.
You'll get nothing from me.
That, Madame Beau, is unfortunate.
Madame Beau playable win. Hey! Oh! Oh, get him! Clock him! Oh! Oh!
Madame Beau!
Diva down! Queen down! Queen down! What just happened?
You two are brave, but against us, you are in over your head.
We don't care who
Yeah,
you
she got her
are
lick
or who
in.
you are
She
with.
said, let me punch
You
real
will not
quick.
menace Madame Beau.
Fight!
My controller disconnected, that's why it was lagging. Hold on. Okay, we're good. Honestly, a granny fighter would be awesome. Mama, Li Mei is playable. She looks so old. She's younger than Sindel in this game. I'm like, you fucked up her face. I can't. She just looks so motherly. I'm a Li Mei Armageddon defense. Like, I don't know if it's the outfit or like the like no hair in the ponytail for her model in this game. I don't know. I'm just like, she's my least favorite model of the new gen.
Oh, who's in over his head?
I can't. Like, we need to like, I need to be handcuffed. And not in a sexy way, but like, oh my god, this is bad.
This was you?
Honestly, I'm surprised too.
Come on, let's help Madame Beau.
Yeah, she's on the floor after being put through a table. Can someone help my sister? Oh!
Free where you stand.
How does he do that?
I have no idea.
I'd be for it.
You interfere with
Madame Beau
my
playable?
business.
Come on.
Leave or face our wrath.
Abandon Madame Beau. Not happening.
Oh! He said the line! Oh! But he got gagged, I don't know.
Want more? I have plenty.
You should have fled when you could. Prepare to regret ever crossing the Lacroix.
Fight.
Sub-Zero isn't here and Raiden isn't here. They're fighting on the stairs over there, like WWE Divas era. Cat fight! Like, that's literally what they looked like. I can't get behind this gameplay of this character. I'm really not about it. Yeah, who's that elderly man from ooh, there's a fighting game that there's an old guy. I think he was in like Tekken 3 or 4 or 5 or something. They're having a panties match? Where?
I'm not regretting this yet.
We need to get that on the live. Not Joe Biden. Yeah, he was playable in Tekken. Oh wait, he doesn't have the hat yet.
It is you who will regret crossing me.
Oh. This guy's still here. Ah! That's funny. Oh.
Incompetent.
Oh, watch out for the man enjoying his meal. Can y'all be polite?
I have had enough of you.
Then go, before I put you down like the rest of your Lin Kuei.
You haven't a prayer against the Lin Kuei's Grand Master. Fight.
Now I don't actually have the hat. Let me not forget my big hat. That's Kung Lao. You guys need to go easy on me. I don't have my hat. I don't have my fancy sun hat. Wait, when they do like summer cosmetics and they give Kung Lao like one of those funny sunflower hats, it'd be funny and cute.
Can any of you Lin Kuei fight?
Oh, I'm getting a lot of stuff.
Grandmaster.
Hopefully when we get to the girlies, we'll get a lot of stuff.
Interesting. Kung Lao, over here!
Oh, planting the seed. Is she dead? Not too much.
Madame Bo. She's out cold. Oh no, is she...
Dead?
Oh!
Not yet.
How are you? Kung Lao.
That's my type of girl. I want to rock with her. I want to party with her.
So, Madame Bo, are they ready?
A bit thick in the head, perhaps. But they are ready.
His eyes are glowing.
I am Lord Liu Kang, God of Fire and Protector of Earthrealm.
God? Earthrealm?
Madame Beau has been preparing you for this moment since you were boys. Today, you have proven worthy of joining my champions.
Wait, this is so weird.
A test?
Raiden being on the other side of this. Don't make me hate Liu Kang now. Hello? It was all a setup? Liu Kang, you coulda... Well...
So these two aren't thugs?
The Lin Kuei is a centuries-old clan dedicated to
Madame Beau was like, let me take a bump. I'll take the table spot.
You boys have so much to learn.
Earth is only a part of Earthrealm. Earthrealm itself is one of many realms. Together, they comprise the whole of the universe.
The realms can be fierce, bitter rivals. That's why we need champions to defend ours.
The time draws near for the grand martial arts tournament between Earthrealm and the realm of Outworld. Held once each century, it allows each realm to demonstrate its strength. While our realms are at peace, there are Outworlders who would prefer us to be at war. Our victory in the tournament will temper their zeal.
I've taught you everything I can. You must finish your training with Lord Liu Kang.
More training? These two couldn't defeat us.
Oh, clock it.
What?
They were pulling their punches.
Had we not held back, you would not have survived.
Come. The monks at the Wuxi Academy await to continue your tutelage.
I am ready, Lord Liu Kang.
And you, Raiden?
Leave Fengjian? I'm needed here.
Earthrealm needs you, Raiden. You'll best serve the village by being one of its champions.
I understand.
Never did I ever think I'd be a Raiden stan.
First, there are other champions I must gather.
Oh! Show me the women. Or reptile. Fuck!
We're off the map. We should go back, recheck the route.
Not the Indiana Jones reference. You want to be Lara Croft so bad. Tomato, tomato. April, thank you for the follow. Yeah, Madame Beau is iconic. Oh! Me after this week of streaming of all the stuff we have to do. That's me tomorrow after being awake at 10 a.m. for the Nintendo Direct. East, thank you for the follow.
The darts came from here.
Can you open it?
Without killing us? Let's hope so.
Now hold that pose for me. Hey, bestie. Hey, Busty. If I could go back, I'd change my drag name to Busty.
Turn them off. And we're definitely getting warmer.
How are these still burning?
Oil bubbles up
Busty
from the ground.
LaCroix.
The chamber channels it somehow.
Oh, Mr. Sheffield.
God, Ravala. And his shield. What?
Oh.
So? There's metal in the floor.
That's not just any metal. It's liquid mercury.
Shit, that stuff's toxic.
Fatal.
Drink it. What?
Only step where I step.
Welcome back, Safety. We started the story. Yeah, we just started. They're doing like an Indiana Jones parody.
What did I say?
Well,
I'm sorry.
Not now. Get out the explosives.
That's our bridge?
Do this right, it'll fall across.
that actually scared me. Not Nitara's recycled wings.
Kalima?
Not too much.
Keep working. I'll take care of the she-beasts.
The what?
You disturb Cataravalla's slumber. For your sin, you die.
Okay, wait, I want their outfits. Wait, they're actually kind of cunty. I take back everything I just said. Okay, well, you're just a Nitara dupe, so... You want to be her so bad. The way it just has Nitara's moveset is kind of funny.
I have so had enough of you.
Oh, I did it. Hi, Marshall. Okay. You need to stop spamming that move, madame. Like the stage. It's actually giving Tomb Raider. We have to get the water flow into the wheel. Shadow, thank you for the follow.
Got no time to die, crazy lady.
You okay?
Yes, we ready?
Oh, bomb them. Airstrikes. Bomb them again.
Physics for the win. Let's go.
Not physics for the win. You're stupid.
This'll be worth millions.
It belongs in a museum.
Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, they kind of gagged me with that. I don't know. Hi, Tiefling. Hi, Haru.
You don't need it. You're dead. Speaking of
I thought so too. I was literally like,
my
oh.
best friend. And I'm not one to forgive and forget.
I knew he was gonna die, but not like that. That was too much. How do you pronounce that name? Katara Vala. My name's Katana, but change it up a little bit. Change the font. Katana Katara. Oh. The story's okay. I can't, like, everybody keeps asking how is it? I'm like, I don't have an opinion. We just started.
This one's for you, Adam.
Not this one's for you, Adam. Oh no. Well, he was an NPC anyway, so. Hey, this isn't fair. It's a 2v1. The next match is a WWE handicap match. And in this corner, the challenger, Johnny Cage. Like how Samantha says Chelsea Green.
Now where's that shield?
I am not yet defeated.
Oh no, you can sit down.
Yes, you are.
Oh!
Time to go home.
Cut! Print it!
I knew it!
It was a movie this entire time?
Temple of Kataravala.
Okay, they gagged me, I don't know.
That's a wrap.
How'd they kill that guy? Did they actually kill him IRL?
Steven, this was fantastic. Thank you. Oh, just like the old days. And these props. Jimbo killed it.
Jimbo from All Stars 8?
Too, Johnny.
What is she doing on set?
My pitch. You know the karate zombie thing? I'm thinking
She was one of the zombies.
maybe a streaming series.
Johnny, I don't have...
You're right. Not here. I'll swing by your office after I change.
I can't. Have to be with the editors. Marcia will call you.
Marsha too?
Great.
She was doing makeup.
Have your assistant call me.
And by makeup, I mean she was sitting there doing absolutely nothing.
Wasn't it though?
Clock it.
We need to celebrate. I'm thinking private party.
Johnny, we need to talk.
Oh, they fucking?
You're not the martial arts megastar you once were, honey. You're lucky Steven owed you a favor.
I'm telling you, Chris.
Oh, booty.
Fine.
Can you join me in the fact-based universe just once? We're broke.
Do you hear her accent? We're broke. I'm in Hollywood and I'm dating Johnny Cage and I'm an NPC character and I'm no one to the story. Do you hear that?
We have to cut back.
Cut back? On what?
Step one is selling this place.
I need a refill.
Johnny, we can't keep this up. You spent $10,000 on that sculpture, $30,000 on that drone, and this damn sword. $3 million?
Hey, Sento is history. That sword comes from...
That's not the point, Johnny!
Chris, honey, the parts, the money, they're coming. Steven's movie is just the
I could have done a better job voice acting.
Can't cut back.
My name's Chris and I'm Johnny Cage's girlfriend. If they wanted some...
Johnny Cage is done.
It's weird. Real interesting choice.
I didn't marry Johnny Cage. I married John Carlton.
Ew.
I'd give anything to have him back.
Not the dead name.
Chris. Come on, Chris, where are you going?
Okay, no shade. Like, get your life and like, I know relationships are tough, but mama, he's a billionaire. You're walking out of a billionaire's mansion, mama. Yeah, you better get hit by a bus. Ooh. I'll be his next wife.
Fuck.
He's caked up too. I'll be eating his ass every Sunday, and he'll pay me a tip for it. And I'll sit my ass in this mansion and be happy. What are you gonna do, Chris? Go back to your farm and ride your horses? Like, what a weird choice.
Oh, Chris, honey,
What the?
Where's my wife? What did you...
Your wife left. She's fine. You will be too.
Is that Kenshi? Is that Kenshi without his mask? Cause my pussy will be on the floor.
What do you want?
Sento.
You some kind of hired gun? Or do you know Sento's history?
I know it. It's my family blade.
Holy shit! I'm gonna say this with my face being covered, so you can't tell I'm saying this, but is anybody else fucking horny? Who said that? That is so weird. Wow. Oh my god, he's so hot.
No way you're Tyra clan. They've been dead for centuries.
Hiding. With Sento in my hands, I'll lead us out of the shadows.
Oh, the scruff!
Plan, stranger.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh wow. Okay.
And I won't give it up without...
Y'all hear that? Do you hear... Do you guys hear that? Oh, shh! Oh, oh! I am so... like, what? Okay, sorry. I had to spit. I had to spit because the whole hallway smells like... I'm not gonna finish that. Today we're sponsored by Mortal Kombat, and today you can use my link if you use ! Mortal Kombat in chat to find more details on Mortal Kombat and purchase the game yourself. Thank you so much to WB for sponsoring today's stream. Love that video game. Love this video game. I actually really do. That's not even me being stupid. Like, all the men in this are hot. I can't do this. Like, I'm literally, I'm you might as well put me in that pool, mama. Y'all better be supporting it, because I'm not getting any ad revenue. I'm demonetized.
You tried robbing the wrong house. I am the ultimate home security system. Quiet, please. Cue the music. I'll spin her away. My house, my rules.
Oh. Oh, oh. I'm gonna...
You have a name or what?
My lips are sealed.
Kenshi Takahashi.
I knew you weren't Tyra clan.
You know nothing.
Tyra Mail!
We're one of Japan's first families. They lost Sento after getting slaughtered at the siege of Aomori.
There were survivors. They hid themselves by shedding the name Tyra for Takahashi.
Tyra Mail!
The Yakuza's predecessors. From first family to crime family.
I will break us free of the Yakuza's corruption. Reclaim our name and our position. But my clan won't follow me unless I prove that I can lead. That's why I need Sento.
And that's Malibu's finest. It's a great story. Bullshit. But great. You should seriously consider becoming a screenwriter. What in the actual fuck?
Good evening, Johnny Cage. I am Liu Kang, protector of
Good evening. Like what?
May we enter?
Nothing's being shot here tonight.
Oh, look at him. He looks so hot.
Yes.
Oh, the brow bone on you guys back there. Let's
Great
not. Oh,
importance.
that's not.
We must speak to you and your guest.
What? How do you know about him?
Because I am the god of fire.
Chris, you vixen. Nicely done. Sure. Come right in.
What does he look
Eyes
like?
are a nice touch.
He looks like a wrestler. He looks like if Grayson Waller and Austin Theory had a kid.
A tragic figure with a noble cause. Your actions this evening do you no credit.
Kind of looks like The Miz a little bit.
You tell me. They're your scene partners.
I also know of your struggles, Johnny Cage. I am here to offer you both a path forward.
Dun, dun, dun. Oh, come on, guys. Let's call this. Chris was a doll to set this up, but as pranks go, this one's a bit obvious.
This is no prank. Bihan, Kuai Liang, if you please.
All right. I'll play my part in this martial arts LARP. The missus ought to get what you paid for. Okay. Hey, you. Hey, you. Get your damn hands off him. I said, get your hands off him.
Oh.
Is that necessary, brother? To put him in his place.
That was a Hichuli. One of a kind. All right, I don't care if this is a damn prank. You crossed the line.
Fight.
I like this, like, I just got home from work vibes. I don't know.
You guys need a better fight choreographer.
The red carpet. Funny.
Now pay up. Get it.
Finish me.
I hope she doesn't. Why the fuck would we want her? Nobody want her. Not even Johnny. Fuck.
Now will you take this seriously?
Up and away. Superstar.
I can't even do that because I don't have a cameo. Why are you cheating? Hey!
Here we go.
keep taunting. He has so many taunts in his kit. See, I can't even do a fatal blow. That's stupid.
And scene. I hope you're insured, because you're paying for my Hachuli.
Imbecile! You have no idea with whom you're dealing.
Enough! That's no special effect.
Indeed, Johnny Cage.
The fire alarm going off is such a cute touch.
Okay, let's go back to one here. Who are you again?
Lord Liu Kang, protector of Earthrealm, god of fire.
Well, that last one tracks.
If they're hot, they're hot.
What's an Earthrealm?
All will be explained, Johnny Cage. For now, what is important is that you both have been chosen to join.
He's with the
its
other
champions.
guys.
Why him? Or me, for that
Oh wait,
matter.
no, sorry.
Because
I thought you were talking
have
about Smoke.
faith that you will rise to the challenge.
They put
And because your
noob behind
service
the paywall
will
every game.
change the
It's
arcs
weird.
of your lives.
Finally, I'm like, when we see the girlies, like, bring us to Adenia. Is this Adenia? I don't think it's Adenia. Fuck me. Probably,
That is not a good idea.
Probably Outworld.
Genius, Raiden. The
I'd
next
want to
time
be a
we see
demon
Sub-Zero,
or
I will
NetherRealm.
have to thank
I'd want to
you
be
for
like a
your
sexy
kindness.
demon lady.
See? It won't be effective. Maybe it's too effective.
We just need to get on with it. I've been cooped up here for months. I can't base a cinematic universe on Outworld's monsters and magic if I don't ever see them.
That's why you're here?
Liu Kang said this gig would change the arc of my life. That's how it
Oh
gets
my
done.
god!
So rue the day she gave up on me.
So selfless.
Oh, please, Tattoo. You're just here to get your sword back.
We all have our reasons for being here. Some better than others. But we are not here to fight among ourselves. We are here to fight for Earthrealm.
It's about damn time.
And today, one of you will be chosen to fight for it at the tournament.
Only one of us, Lord Liu Kang? Isn't Outworld fielding several champions?
The tournament's rules give the host realm that advantage. And it is Outworld's turn as host.
I know, literally.
You know, I don't know why I've never asked this, but, what's our record at this tournament?
Earthrealm and Outworld have long been evenly matched. But Outworld is gaining strength. Should it win, its more militant factions will be emboldened.
Oh, I like the tattoos on his arms.
You admired Outworld.
It is a place of great knowledge, wealth, and beauty. But our realms do not share goals and beliefs. We coexist peacefully, because Outworld respects our strength. Should we show weakness, our rival will become our enemy.
Everyone is so hot.
I will not lose to
Except for
Lord Liu
Serena.
Kang. First, you must
Well,
win
no,
the
Serena
right to
is.
represent us. Whichever one of you outlasts the others will be chosen. Raiden, step forward.
Good call. Cole the week first.
You shall face him, Johnny Cage.
Ready for your close-up?
All right, let's do this. But remember, farm boy, I'm a global martial arts icon. I don't think you can handle this much boom.
I am ready, Johnny Cage. My mind and spirit fight as one.
Fight!
And that's why I don't need stunt doubles.
I love the music here. Yeah, I'm fine.
This fight was an honor.
I don't have anything to comment on.
You're welcome.
Kenshi Takahashi, you are next.
You have skills, Raiden, but you're inexperienced.
Whatever experience I lack, I make up for in heart.
It's nerve, not heart, that wins fights. I should know. I've been in hundreds of them.
I don't want Kenshi to lose his eyes. He's so fucking hot, like it's actually gonna make me upset. We need a skin of him this.
I shouldn't have taken you lightly. I won't do it again.
The like tight like white muscle shirt under the, it's just like wow. This game is beautiful, dude. Like this is wild.
Do you still question my nerve?
I do not. Yours was a well-earned victory.
You may rest, Raiden. This evening, you will face your final opponent.
$50 says Kung Lao wins.
Make it interesting. Bet me Sento.
Not on your life.
Raiden, Kung Lao. The winner of this match will represent Earthrealm against Outworld.
Yeah, I like just watching. Like I like to feel immersed.
Not to be undertaken lightly. You may step back now and suffer no dishonor.
I choose to fight, Lord Liu Kang.
As do I.
Then may the best person win.
Concede, Raiden. You have never beaten me. That won't change today.
No. If the monks have taught us one thing, it's that the only constant in the universe is change.
Fight.
I love this stage at night. Oh my god, it's so pretty. Excuse me.
That was pure luck, Raiden. Like lightning, you won't strike twice.
I like, there's like no combos in the story like right now. Like I literally can't do any combos. It's like they're training to become what they are, so like I can't use any of their combos successfully.
There is a first time for everything, Kung Lao.
Although you have all trained well, Raiden has excelled. This outcome does not surprise me.
How could I have... Congratulations, Raiden.
For the tournament, you will need this. Forged by the Elder Gods, it gives the wearer power over lightning and thunder.
Oh!
Go ahead. Try it.
The phone?
Holy Ark of the Covenant. It is incredible. But is it necessary?
In addition to possessing great might, the Outworlders you will face also wield great magic. The amulet levels the playing field.
You must be careful, Raiden. You could get hurt. Even killed.
Well, I mean,
No
they
tournament
do on
participant
Earth.
has ever been grievously injured or killed. I would never send my champions unwittingly into mortal combat.
They said the name of the video
we leave
game.
in 7 days for Outworld's capital, Sundo. The tournament will be held at the palace of Empress Sindel.
Yeah, so far all of the humor has hit. It's not cringe. It's actually really well written. A lot better than 11's story. 11 was a disaster.
Outworld can be both alien and intoxicating to Earthrealmers. Do not become drawn in. You must focus on the task at hand.
The phone still. Put that down, sir. Hey guys.
Toto, I have a feeling we're not Kansas anymore.
Oh, Queen off!
Oh my. Are those?
Empress Sindel's daughters. Yes.
They do not disappoint.
We are Earthrealm's ambassadors, Johnny. We'll show them respect, not unwanted attention.
Oh, hey, Tanya girl.
Lord Liu Kang, welcome.
Thank you, Princess Melina.
You remember my sister?
Of course. Princess Kitana. May I introduce Johnny Cage, Kung Lao, Kenshi Takahashi, and Earthrealm's champion, Raiden.
I hope you're prepared, Raiden. Our champions are determined to win.
None more so than me. It's been too long since we've known victory.
I love Melina's voice.
We should be on our way. Empress Sindel awaits.
Thank you.
Imagine this cutscene right here with Jade in it. Like, the world would stop. The world would stop.
Follow me, please.
Like, all four of them walking to Sindel's room. We were this close. Oh, dances. Gets wild. Oh, it's so colorful and pretty.
The six-armed beings are not Nautans.
The monks described them, but seeing them in person?
I see that Her Majesty once again spares no expense on the festival.
Should she not? It commemorates my late father.
I admire, Princess. I do not judge. As did all of Outworld, I valued greatly Jared's fellowship.
The faces in this are like face card accepted. Like everybody's face is so good and emotive and just looks amazing. This pony, yes!
Constable, our route was to be clear. This couldn't wait?
Should I allow Tarkatans to infect the city, Your Highness? Those arrested were harboring some here, rather than report them for quarantine.
The Earthrealmers cannot be privy to our secrets, Li Mei. As Sundo's first constable, you must show better judgment. Perhaps that's too much to expect.
Yeah, fuck her, stupid bitch. Sorry, I'm a Li Mei hater.
Melina doesn't seem to like her very much.
I don't like her either. I'm with Melina. Team Melina.
It was on her watch that the princess's father was murdered. Worry expends energy for no purpose, Raiden.
But the tournament, if I lose...
Focus on your actions.
Oh shit.
Not the outcome. It is all you can control.
Did I just smear my makeup? Okay, we're good. Oh! Hi, Shao Kahn.
Red alert. Incoming stock villain.
General Shao. Do not let him goad you.
I'm just not a fan.
Or is
It's okay.
Earthrealm's champion scrawnier than usual?
Maybe her alt outfit will be cute.
Would you care to test his strength? Raiden will
prove himself soon enough.
Have you still not told most Earthrealmers that Outworld exists?
It is safer that way, General.
I suppose so. Your people's frail minds couldn't handle the truth.
You presume them frail, General. Should you, given how frequently they win this tournament?
We will destroy your champion, Liu Kang. He will taste no victory.
Oh! Okay! You wanna be the queen card? They are the queen card. I know that's right. Everybody get up. Wait, they're kind of like, Melina's kind of reddish purple and Katana's like blue and Sindel's purple. Love that, love that, love that.
Welcome, members of the Royal House. Welcome, our esteemed Earthrealm guests. We gather once again to honor my late husband's legacy, to continue the tournament that he founded with Lord Liu Kang, in hopes that it would foster peace among realms. May Jared's soul watch over us with pride from its resting place.
I love
in
her
the
voice
living
too.
forest. Lord Liu Kang.
Empress Sindel, it pleases me to once again be your guest.
Here, you are always welcome. Now,
What
let's
eyeshadow?
meet your champion.
She's not wearing eyeshadow.
Raiden, Your Majesty.
She's using those Q-tip applicators with her eyeshadow. She needs more. That's Sindel.
Earthrealm's people.
Everything about her I love though.
Young man.
I'm a stranger in an unfamiliar land, here to compete against its greatest fighters. Yes, I am nervous.
I would have liked a
As you
nice...
should be. You have a difficult path ahead.
I think it's literally the lashes. Like, if she put on larger lashes, it would have been like, okay, yeah.
It has begun. As tradition requires.
Oh, here she
The
goes!
world's initial competitor will be Sundo's first constable, Li Mei. May she defend our realm's glory, as well as she preserves our capital's order.
Irvin, thank you
Your
for the follow.
Majesty, I will honor both the Royal House and all of Outworld with my combat.
If so, you will vastly exceed my expectations. Remember, were it not for Jared's tradition, you would not be here.
Oh, they hate her. I mean, I do
All
too.
you need do is your best. The rest will take care of itself.
Yes, Lord Liu Kang.
I just wish she was more
Shall we see what you
inspired by her other versions and not
This will be the
MK10.
first of
I don't
many
know.
victories.
I will prevail, Earthrealmer.
Like, I feel bad because nothing. I just don't like her design. And that's okay. I can, like, just not like somebody and that's fine. Like, you guys don't have to, like, blow smoke on my ass. You don't like ketchup. I don't like mustard. It's no tea. Anyways, I just, like, wish... She's supposed to be younger than Sindel. She does not look younger than Sindel.
This fight is more important to me than you can ever know.
Fight.
Oh, Sindel doing the audio is cunty. See, now I have all of his abilities.
Back to your realm.
Everyone gagging her. Like, I don't know.
I will admit it.
She's just not my
That
tea.
tested me.
And that's okay. But like, I'm glad you like her. Just not my favorite. Oh wow. You know what? I tried to get eggs today at the store to make an egg sandwich and they didn't have any. And you know what? I was very upset. No, because clock it, wake it up. Why are there no eggs at the grocery store? She's about to get embarrassed in front of her entire family.
Thank you for the match, First Constable.
Ooh, not him, like, clocking her like that. Oh, I know she's embarrassed. Oh, I know she's embarrassed. Oh.
My compliments, Raiden, on a well-fought match. We'll see how you fare in the next. General Shao, whom have you chosen as our next competitor?
Your Majesty, I have chosen Reiko, my second in command. As a boy, Reiko was orphaned during the Kafala War. Though captured, his spirit remained unbroken. He scratched, clawed, and survived. After the war,
The ponytail, I just wish they would have left off.
into the perfect
So much.
Few others are as well versed in the ways of war.
It looks so goofy.
In whose army have you served? In what wars have you fought?
I have done neither.
Then you are woefully unprepared, Earthrealmer. This will be your last battlefield.
Fight.
Oh, that makes sense. Somebody was like, everybody has their grippers out. I was like, what do you mean? And I guess Reiko, he has his toes out. I was like, what are you talking about?
faced war, but I am a warrior.
Yeah, the hair is herring, but I don't know if it's the way they're just sitting over there. Hey guys. Melina giggling, she's like, hee hee. I think 3. Oh, a new a hairstyle for him.
Felled by a simple farmer.
Not too much.
I am ready for my next opponent, Your Majesty. Whom shall I face?
Patience, young man. We are adjourned until first light. I hope to see you all at this evening's banquet.
Yeah, not you barking orders. You better back it up. This is so pretty. I'm scared for when this all goes haywire, because you know it's gonna go haywire. Like, I'm scared. Oh, we're all eating dinner together?
I'm sorry, you're 10,000 years old? Oh, talk about aging gracefully.
What do you see in him?
He is a hero, Raiden, though he may not yet know it. Do you recognize everyone here?
Most, yes. From your descriptions.
Hey, Rain.
Except for him.
That is Rain, a high mage of Outworld. Not his given name, but one earned due to his mastery of water magic.
Are you unwell, Princess?
I am fine.
My lesbians, I love them.
I know I'm to fight Melina, but will I also face Tanya?
By tradition, you should not. If you did...
That is an inappropriate comment.
Why?
Umgadi like Tanya.
Don't say that. You need to be timed out for that. That's really inappropriate.
Are warrior priestesses, selected from the firstborn daughters of Outworld. From infancy.
I'm Jewish and I take offense to
defend
that.
the
Like,
royal
that's really
family.
rude.
Outworld must see much conflict if the Empress needs such protection.
Its past has been difficult. Though the last 1,000 years of Empress Sindel's reign have been a true golden age. The memories of that strife still linger.
My husband Jared believed that the future of our realms lay together. Let us move forward in open dialogue, letting no secrets tear our bonds asunder.
Your Majesty, it's an honor to be here and to meet your people. I can already see there's more that joins us than divides us.
Our peoples could not be more different, champion.
Excuse me?
You heard me. Earthrealmers are devoid of all...
That's enough, General.
Oh?
My apologies, Your Majesty. Perhaps I've enjoyed too much of this excellent wine. With your permission...
You may go.
I'm wearing this. It's about face.
It is bad enough we may lose
cherry
to the
pick.
Earthrealmers, but then you go and drunkenly insult them? You needlessly stain my honor and your family's proud military
Akira.
tradition.
May I speak freely, Your Majesty?
Again with this? If you must.
We must act on the Sorcerer's prophecy. He warns that Liu Kang will conquer Outworld.
And his predictions are usually impeccable. But I've no proof of Liu Kang's ill intent. His interventions have kept Outworld at peace for centuries.
He herds us into compromises, shackles our independence. If we could meet our enemies in battle, we'll take...
You would consign us to endless war.
Better that than be Liu Kang's lapdog.
Not too much.
If I see evidence of the prophecy's accuracy, we will act. But only then, and only at my command. Did not your illustrious father teach you that war is the last resort, not the first?
He did, Your Majesty.
Do not forget that, General. Come.
Period.
You asked to see us?
I saw what happened this evening.
That was nothing. Something I ate.
Was it? I can't chance it, can I? If you fight tomorrow, the symptoms of your disease could manifest. Kitana will take your place.
What? There are already whispers she should replace me as your heir. This will make them screams.
Your illness is your fault. Why you left the palace that night unattended is still beyond me.
I just needed time alone, away from all this. I never thought that...
That's your problem, Melina. You never think.
A mother is only trying to protect you, sister. If your disease becomes known, you will be banished to the wastes. For you to hold the throne, we must keep your secret.
Oh, not me getting emotional. Oh my god, that was powerful. The girls are eating it up. The face, the monologue.
Among others, you have defeated Kotal,
Oh wow.
and Shiva. Only 2 fights remain. Are you ready?
We just graced over Shiva. Y'all better clock that and add her as DLC or I'm gonna be mad.
Earthrealmer.
I am, Your Majesty.
Then next, you face my daughter, Kitana.
Your Majesty, this is unprecedented. Raiden's next opponent should be your heir.
Melina is unavailable. She's away on pressing Imperial business.
She's busy.
But I have not prepared him to battle Kitana.
Okay,
He's
and what about
already
it?
Demonstrated great skill. Can he not improvise?
Don't worry, I can do this.
Very well.
I will be no easier to fight than my sister, Earthrealmer.
I suffer under no such delusion, Your
Yeah, I
Highness.
miss Shiva Stan. I love her.
I will win this fight. For her, my Empress, and all of Outworld.
No, can I play as Kitana? I don't want to win. This is so pretty. Look at it, it's so pretty.
This isn't done yet. Face me.
When it's a fixed thing, so we just lose. I'm like, yeah, it was supposed to happen, you guys. And we got Kitana's fans.
You fight well, Princess.
As do you, Earthrealmer. Surprisingly so.
I hope we meet again. Under different circumstances.
Oh!
It's time for the final match.
Okay!
It's a testament to your abilities that you've made it thus far. But now you must face General Shao.
Oh, that's not...
Victor of the Tavarian War.
No, scroll back down. I want to see something.
Of the Quatan
What size shoe you wear?
Defender of
I want to know if it's big.
Coast. As has his family for generations, General Shao defends us with zeal and tenacity. All of Outworld is grateful for his service.
That's a notable list of accomplishments, General.
It is a mere fraction of them. A full recitation.
He's about to be so gagged when I win.
Fight.
Having Sindel say fight is such a good touch. I also didn't realize the similarities between General Shao and Reiko's attires. Because they're like an alliance.
Liu Kang's trained you well, but not well enough to win.
I'm like just getting his combos now, and we're gonna change to a new character in a second. Probably this is the last one of this chapter.
It's over.
Have you noticed most are open toe? I mean, I'm not complaining.
Congratulations, Raiden.
Any chance to see a piece of a man that I want to see, I'm with it.
May I assist you?
Stay away, Earthrealmer.
Okay.
Well done. You have exceeded my greatest expectations.
Thank you, Lord Liu Kang.
Because of you, the Outworlders who would disturb the peace will once again be held at bay.
So what now?
Come. Let us bid our hosts farewell and return to Earthrealm.
Not us causing havoc and then leaving. We just like made everybody so mad and we're like, yep, we're out. Oh, here she goes.
Geras, my old friend.
Oh, not this.
It's been eons. It's good to see you.
Likewise, Lord Liu Kang. I have watched you with the hourglass. You are relishing your role as Earthrealm's protector.
Hi, dear.
It suits me far better
How you
than
doing?
the Keeper of Time ever did.
I'll pause so you don't get spoiled because I know you're gonna play the game. Thank you. I also have to go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna go to the bathroom in a second. Yeah, but I don't think he would. Maybe he did a dye job. He said, we're not keeping this. I want more outfits. I want to unlock more outfits.
I never wanted
How
to
do we
replace
get it?
Kombat. Being
I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick, you guys. I'll be right back. Just 1 second. Hello, I'm back. Hey guys. I went to the bathroom. I'm so sorry. I literally was like standing there for way too long. I was like, hold on, wait, why is my bladder this full? Anyways, hi. There's so much hair in this wig, I'm shocked. I'm like fluffing it. I'm like, there's more if I just fluff it. You have fun too, dear. What did everyone think? Mortal Kombat can. He is so fine. Like, it's wild.
History's architect drove her mad.
Hi, Noelle.
I had no wish to share.
Oh, thanks for resubbing.
Which is why
I'll stop by
I am
later and hit you
forever
with the
grateful
resub
that you
too.
volunteered
Because I'm sure I'm
to
going to end
safeguard the
before
hourglass.
you
Despite my
end as
having
well.
relinquished its power, the new
Love you
era
so much. Have a
has
good day.
unfolded as
Have a
it
good
should.
stream. Happy launch day.
You created me in your own image. Duty is my highest calling.
These like
While I am
fingerless
glad
gloves are
you
hurting
here,
the insides
you
of
are
my
not one for
fingies.
social cause. Is there trouble with the hourglass?
With something it has shown me.
What, Garrus?
When you restarted history, you altered the destinies of certain malefactors to neutralize them. At least one of them is defying that destiny. Shang Tsung.
Go on.
He has escaped his meaningless life and is on his way to becoming a powerful sorcerer. He has already infiltrated Sindel's court.
I saw no sign of him during the tournament. But if that snake is in Sindel's ear...
Your vision of peace may already be compromised.
I appreciate this warning, Garrus. I will investigate. Please return to the hourglass and see what else you can learn.
So we find him in Outworld and bring him here for questioning?
Yes. If what I fear has happened, he is a grave threat to the realms.
Anything else?
Shang Tsung
Oh
is a
my god,
master
he's
of
so
deceit.
hot.
Do not trust a word he utters.
Sounds a lot like my first agents.
What is Johnny wearing?
Mission. I'd rather Raiden go along than this one.
Hey, this one is up for the job.
This mission must be done quietly. I am breaking my word with Empress Sindel by sending you into Outworld without her knowledge. Due to the tournament, Raiden is now a familiar face.
So like literally, like I
Sending
can't
him will only
focus.
increase your risk of being discovered. This talisman is attuned to Shang Tsung's chi. Follow it to him. And be careful. May the Elder Gods protect you.
Well, this is where Kenshi's losing it.
Are we there yet?
Shut up.
How old are you? 5?
What can I say? These boots weren't made for walking.
Oh, shut up.
That is the most pain you feel today. Consider yourself lucky.
Oh, I'm already lucky. I've got Sento strapped to my back.
I will reclaim it, Cage.
Got 3 million? It's yours.
You know I don't have it.
I bet your Yakuza pals could come up with it.
Oh, I don't
that's
see it
right.
twice. You're good.
You blew them off. If there's one lesson Hollywood's taught me, it's never burn bridges.
No, I think he looks hot
Never
here.
connect.
Like really hot.
The Yakuza are leeches, bleeding out those too weak to resist. I grew up in that life, and I never understood it. Why my gain required others' pain. I got out. I need my clan out too. We can't be part of their crimes any longer.
Yeah, they need to do like a funny bit that he gets like pantsed or something. Show it. Or like his pants fall down, like because he's not wearing his belt or something. You heard me.
What's your precious say?
that Shang Tsung is among those things.
Oh, my fans are gonna go nuts cosplaying them a Cage Gone.
Shut up! Stupid. I want to play as Baraka.
Hold him still. If he squirms, I cannot extract marrow.
That's Shang Tsung. Let's jump him after he's done. Oh, in Fists of Iron, we did this thing where like
We're not basing strategy on your movies, Cage.
Block it.
Let me go. You can't do this.
Stop. Back off, my man.
Will heal in time. It is a small price to pay for progress.
Oh. Oh. Get him.
On second thought, this scene's playing fine without us. Yeah, I say we let him finish it.
We have to save Shang Tsung. Liu Kang needs him alive.
No, don't make me fight Baraka. Oh, you're sick.
How did he do that?
I would have killed him but for you.
I get why you'd want to, but you can't.
You're one of his minions. You'll die in his place. Fight.
I'm sure we can customize Kenshi if we unlock stuff to have no bandana around his face. Like the thing he usually has, the red scarf. What would you call it?
You haven't stopped him. You've just...
Honestly, I feel like there's a lot you can hopefully customize in this game, so it's like, it's really about the face card, really. If the face card is right, mama. But Li Mei, I'm sorry, there's no saving her. I'm sorry, I just don't like her. Li Mei catching strays this entire stream. I wish I still had my breastplate, because I would go all out. I would literally do a bald cap, boobs, prosthetic around the mouth, and do like a sexy Baraka. I think it would be so cunty, but I don't have a breastplate anymore!
Work for Shang Tsung.
If not, why save him?
Because Liu Kang, Earthrealm's protector, wants to question him. He thinks Shang Tsung may be a threat to both our realms. I'm Kenshi Takahashi.
When he stabs him in the eyes.
Our kind do not shake hands.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend.
Don't you know what we are?
No, we don't.
We are victims of Tarkat. The disease is not easily gotten, but you can't risk more close exposure. It disfigures, then debilitates. In time, it will turn us all into bloodthirsty monsters. Death is our only release.
So you weren't always like this?
I was once a rich merchant, but when I became ill, I was banished. Now I run this colony. I am Baraka.
What does Shang Tsung want with your bone marrow, Baraka?
I don't know.
but he comes here each month to harvest it.
Release us, and we'll capture Shang Tsung. And we'll find out why he's been coming here. I promise.
Let them go.
Thank you. We won't let you down.
Yeah, it's a really. This story's really good in this so far.
Us to Shang Tsung. Now
Let's hope it doesn't
His
lose it.
laboratory is near. I'll take you.
Any idea what to expect?
No. I've never been inside.
I said we were gonna play it before we played this, but I never played Aftermath. We'll have to play it sometime. We did the 11 story though. That was a lot.
The addition of crushed chitin larva proved an inspired choice. In testing, outcomes
From what I've heard, yeah.
significantly. I have modified the formula since the last time it was administered. It uses several new ingredients. This new serum is exactly
I would trip.
what we need. Its effects will be immediate and long-lasting.
How can you be sure? Because it is brewed from freshly extracted Tarkatan marrow. It couldn't be more potent.
Oh.
He is infecting Melina with Tarkat.
Oh.
He's got two of Sindel's top dogs in on it.
Oh.
No wonder Liu Kang is worried about this guy.
We need to stop him.
Save a distressed damsel? Sure thing.
Why is Tanya doing that?
You bitch. Excuse me? You know, the movie. Tiny girl, ginormous alien. No? Seriously? Earthrealmers. How did they find it?
They've already seen too much.
Period.
I need time. Buy it for me.
Liu Kang sent you, didn't he? Sent you to learn our secrets.
He sent us here for Shang Tsung. But it looks like he's just part of the problem.
We have traitors among us. And I didn't think Tanya was gonna be a traitor. That's so messy. And Rain? Like, what? Melina's sitting on the table like, why am I in it? Like, what did I do?
Think you've won? We are just getting started.
Oh, not too much on Tanya. I think Tanya has one of the best. I swear y'all just say she has the bad design because you see that one picture of Tanya that everybody was spreading around the internet where she's like scrunching her face, and y'all judged her off that one picture and still hate her for now. Yeah, Melina is gorgeous. I'm really sad my cosplay didn't come in. I wanted to do a Melina and Katana look.
Low.
I love that it's like a spear, but it's like nunchucks. That's fierce. Oh.
I thought Umgadi were loyal to the royal house. Yet here you are, scheming against the princess.
You trespass in Outworld, interfere in Imperial matters. It is you, not I, who is the schemer here.
I mean, I guess they aren't trading. They're not traitors. I guess Shang Tsung is just the traitor, and they don't know that he's poisoning. They're trying to save Melina, but Shang Tsung is poisoning Melina, but they don't know that. Which, I don't know how they couldn't. Like, Mama... Melina just sleeping.
Your plot ends here, Umgadi.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called either. I know it has a name too. Something I probably can't pronounce because I'm stupid. Because like Tanya and Melina are like close. I don't think they would have them like. Oh, I kind of want to see this. I just want to see it. Period.
Your plot is over. Step away from the table.
This is twice you've been a thorn in my side. You Earthrealmers do have unhealthy habits.
You heard him. You're not infecting her with Tarkat.
I am trying to protect her, not infect her.
We've heard about how you lie. Excuse us if we're
I think it's just for the story. I don't think Rain is a cameo.
Cover him.
Oh wait, is this how he loses his eyes because Melina
Princess,
freaks out?
Are you all right?
Is it over?
Yes, you're safe. We've stopped Shang Tsung.
Stopped him. Why?
Oh no.
Princess! Princess, what's wrong?
What did you do to her? It's what you've done, fool.
Oh
Let me
no.
help her before it's too late.
Oh.
Now do you believe, Earthrealmers?
What do we do?
Keep her occupied. I need time to finish more serum.
Johnny, a hand?
We got pages for this? Or are we winging it?
I mean, period. Like, she is the definition of the cunty huntress, but no. Oh.
We can help you.
Can she? She's gonna fuck you up.
How sweet it will be to lick off my fingers.
Okay, whoever, can we get a name? Can we get a name check? Who's voice acting Melina? Cause this is the best voice acting for Melina, I think, to the day. Cause like, I'm not even trying to be biased, but like, it's so good, mama. We need to give her flowers. What?
Don't deny me your flesh. I must feed.
That is range. That's crazy. Not her being booked. Carrie Walgreen, you are mother to us all. You deserve your flowers and more, mama.
Johnny, Kung Lao. Help hold her down. It's now or never, Shang Tsung.
Oh, here it is. Oh, I can't watch. Oh my god.
By the gods, Melina! What's happened here, sorcerer?
These men were sent to disrupt your sister's treatment. and scandalize Outworld by revealing her illness.
Oh, yikes.
What? That's totally fake news. Princess.
Oh, we can edit that out. I didn't like that line.
Thank you, Goro. I've no stomach for Earthrealm lies. We should detain the Earthrealmers and the Tarkatan we found outside. At least until the Empress is ready to respond to this incursion.
Agreed.
Can we at least get a little treatment on, the man that got stabbed in the eyes?
But she must realize that this incident proves Earthrealm's bad faith. We must strike them now to protect ourselves.
No. They would not do this. There must be a misunderstanding.
The way I knew it was coming too, I'm so upset. We need to go back.
It is no misunderstanding, Princess.
Quan Chi got tanned?
It is a confirmation of my prophecy. Left unchecked, Liu Kang will conquer Outworld.
Why is he not?
I apologize for not arriving sooner to defend your sister. I am glad she received her treatment.
The princess is safe, but the threat from Earthrealm remains.
Yes. Quan Chi, when do you anticipate they will strike?
Soon. Today's
Sorry. His design, the lipstick too, and like the cheekbones. I don't know why I just look at him and I just want to be like, oh my god, you're gay. Like, he just looks fruity.
events were foretold in the final.
I'm like, Mama, you take it in the butt.
Then I am right. We must act now, Princess.
I will take your concerns to the Empress. It is for her to decide. Rain, Tanya, assist me.
That's a really interesting direction they've decided to make him not pale. I guess he gets it later in the story, like everybody else is getting their progression, but... No, literally the gay at the Halloween party, or like the circuit party gays that put on like a smudgy lip and a little bit of eyeliner and think they're serving.
They were here to capture me for Liu Kang.
You? Why?
That I must investigate. For now, let us revel in our good fortune. The Earthrealm's serendipitous arrival has given us ample evidence to convince the Empress of the truth of Quan Chi's prophecy.
Conflict with Earthrealm is now inevitable.
Not necessarily. The Empress has never been eager for conflict.
If she resists, she will be replaced. Outworld needs a steadfast leader.
A leader like you, perhaps.
Oh, no.
If my realm requires it of me.
Oh, no, that's not... Oh.
Kill the Earthrealmers. They cannot report back to Liu Kang.
What?
Their deaths will also feed the ire between realms.
Two birds, one stone.
Like, look at his face. He's kind of giving Tempest du jour a little bit. I don't know.
Our benefactor will be pleased.
She needs the realms at war, not at the brink of it, in order to conquer them both. Only then will we rule at her side.
Before
oh, it
she
is Deadly
found
Alliance,
me
huh?
Languishing in the mines.
Nice reference.
I would not have thought such a thing possible. But soon, she'll have transformed us from serfs into scions.
So you're gonna... Wait. I have so much to say. This picture, by the way, why does he look like that? Mama, why does Quan Chi have more makeup on than every single one of the girls in this game combined? Like, I just wanted that dark lip on Sindel. Mama's got the whole makeup department on him, and he can't share with the girls? What the hell? Oh, we get to play as Baraka! Yay! What is that? Oh. Yeah, they did. Well, this is where we see Reptile eventually.
Hours. If you could see, you'd know why.
That's not happening, is it? Keep talking, will ya? To keep my mind off this.
Oh.
Tell me about life before you got sick.
I was doing well, trading goods up and down the Varta coast. My family was comfortable, happy. Then Tarkat came. It took my wife, then my children. Cruelly,
Wait, you're straight? Fuck.
Me live for now. I think it enjoys ravaging my body more slowly.
This hangover. Kenji. God damn it. How bad's the pain?
Excruciating.
You saved me. I won't forget that.
But you may just regret it.
What are you doing?
The face. Oh.
What in the... When did we take the left turn into survival horror?
This is Shang Tsung's real laboratory.
We're beneath where we were before. That was a false front.
Reminds me of this cheap-ass film I did in my early days. Flesh Pits. God, that was trash.
Wait, Kung Lao hasn't said anything. He just woke up and said, "Hey guys." Is that Reptile? Are those Reptile's toes? I'm wet. Sorry.
Jailer.
How is he?
His eyes are gouged out. Guess.
Not too much.
That will dull the pain.
You're vile to be part of this.
You are Shang Tsung's prisoner. I am his slave. He has my family. He'll kill them if I don't obey.
Oh, he gets it from Johnny? That's so sweet, though, actually. I like these parts that, like, you see the characters get their, like, signature looks. It's actually a really cute touch.
Why did he pick you?
So he could learn how I shapeshift.
He learned that from you? We saw him do that. It was unreal.
So how does it work? You just shape-shift into anything you want?
I can shift only between this and my natural form.
Whoa. You're Zaterran. Your race can shapeshift. None can except me.
Oh, that's not.
Are they ready? It's time.
Time for what, sorcerer?
Replication experiments. They begin with your vivisection. I'll use your harvested parts to build new creations. The process is fatal, of course.
Liu Kang won't let you get away with this.
That presumes he will ever learn what happened. But when I am done, there will be no trace left of you. I shall return soon to check progress. I have other matters to which I must attend.
You don't have to do this.
It's either you or my family.
I respect it.
Put them in the chambers.
I'm glad they're making it that Kenshi is kind of like in peril because he can't see and not like he already knows how to fight. Because that would be kind of insane if he did. Oh, what the? That was rude. What the heck? Oh my. Do you see that in the background? What in God's name is that? Okay, I've never played Baraka like in every single year of Mortal Kombat, so please give me a second. Yeah, he looks good. Everybody looks good in this game. Except for, I'm not gonna say it. Not too much. Don't explode me on the live. What is that back there? That's so ugly and scary. Oh, that combo was clean. Okay, how many of these do I have to fight? Holy shit. He's really fun. That's my evil twin.
There is nothing more foul.
Uh-oh.
You spoke too soon, Baraka.
What the? Oh, that's not. I like that the lighting changed in this. I love the lighting changes to the arenas. See? Looks at a certain video game that does lighting changes but doesn't do anything else for their game because they don't care about their player base and they're a bunch of liars and they're terrible people and they have so many scandals that they just keep releasing characters and not even doing anything about their video game, and they make their microtransactions $20 for a skin and they don't even think about what they're releasing even though they're retailers that don't do anything about their servers.
You're an unwelcome glimpse of my future.
I kind of ate that, I don't know. Shh, you can't say it in chat. Shh. Cover this up! Don't expose me! Well, isn't it obvious? Could you make it any more? No, I kind of spit with that. I don't know. Hi Jack, hi Francisy, how you both doing? Happy Mortal Kombat Day.
Enough distractions.
I like Baraka being a good guy, it's so cute. It's really fun, everybody's really hot, so if you want to get your panties soaked, just stick around.
I'm ruined! Shang Tsung will punish me for this by torturing my family. You'll pay for their suffering, Taka.
No, we don't have to... Wait, hold on. Do you guys want to take your clothes off and do some oil wrestling, mud wrestling, anything? I'll be down for that. I am. Okay, you better back it up off my man, Noel. You better back it up. He's mine. Also, for everybody in chat, you can all back it up off Reptile. He's mine. I don't know what you guys think you're saying about him, but he's all mine. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Damn it! That's so annoying because all the men are hot and I'm like, fuck.
We are leaving.
That was so unnecessary to fight him. Oh, we took masks off.
If I die, maybe you'll spare my family.
No, I won't murder you.
It's mercy, not murder. Not that what I've done deserves yours.
You were protecting your family. I would have done the same.
Oh. Uh-oh.
What has happened here? Sizoth, you fool. You've let them ruin everything.
We're going, sorcerer.
And we're taking you with us. Liu Kang would like a word.
I cannot be apprehended so easily.
What the?
Yeah, I got a bad feeling about this.
I bid you all farewell. Cheer up, Sizoth. I'm reuniting you with your family.
They're dead? You killed them?
Many moons ago. I do hate loose ends.
Oh, he's sick.
We gotta get out of here. What's wrong?
The door must have sealed when the gas was released.
Well, he knows, at least he can do anything now. Not that it's a toss-up, but... What the fuck? We break down the door. Break down the walls!
Harry! Follow me. This way.
Leave me. I'll just slow you down.
What?
Shang Tsung finds you, he'll kill you. Look at me, Cage. I'm useless.
Stop, you're not.
Don't risk your lives to save mine. Hey, you are not giving up. The Tyra need you, remember? We are gonna get back home and figure out how to help you. Got it?
I like this, like, squad. They're so cute. I'm scared for later, though. I don't know.
We can't linger. We'll be captured.
We need help getting Kenshi to the portal at Sundo.
I can take you only to the city's gate. Tarkatans are forbidden inside.
I'll see you the rest of the way. It's the least I can do to make amends.
wicked planet. We had this forest in the second act.
The Manticore battle.
Yes! It was a pain to shoot, but man, did it come out epic.
I can picture it exactly.
Yeah, their romance is actually really cute.
This is
Now they're like bonding over the movies now. That's really cute.
Aren't all forests living, bro?
When Kenshi was like, shut up, and now he's like, I've seen that one. He went, I know that.
Whoa, wait a tick. We're talking ghosts?
Good ones, not evil.
You guys know anybody in here?
Some distant relatives.
Queen card's about to happen.
Terrans.
Why not?
Warmbloods don't welcome us. So we keep to ourselves, living underground in Sikander province.
Then how did you meet Shang Tsung?
That I could take human form made me a freak among my people. I was terrorized and run out, starving.
You can be a freak all you want with me.
I joined a traveling carnival.
I don't kink shame,
There are many
honey.
who would pay good money to see my gift. Back then, Shang Tsung was a huckster. We crossed paths, and he saw what I could do. When he began to learn real sorcery, he asked to study me. When I declined, he took my family hostage.
Wow, that's an offer you can't refuse.
He is dangerous, and he has plans. He, General Shao, Rain, they are conspiring.
To do what?
I can't say for certain. I've only overheard fragments.
They're running after me. Because they want me. Yes! Mother alert. Oh my god, she's gagging.
Quan Chi sends more demons?
Wait, we're not.
Ooh!
With each of you I kill, my absolution grows nearer.
This is Mother
Shedding your blood
Ashura.
brings me closer to the light.
Fight.
Okay, the spam, very unnecessary, I think. I've never seen this. Ooh.
Stop this. Killing me won't absolve your sins.
I know, the girls like have like so many audio files when they get beat the shit out of. I want to hear the men moan and whimper. The heal on Ashura? Cunty. Oh, I got a lot of stuff for that.
Whoever you are, we are not demons.
If not demons, what are you?
He's a Terran. I am a Denian. Or I was before my Tarkat affliction.
Outworlders. Apologies. I'm glad I've caused neither of you permanent injury.
What is that?
Just keep swimming. Who's our femme fatale?
I am Ashura, demon of the Netherrealm.
Demon? You look human. Mostly. And what's a nether realm?
The monks covered that with us. Did you sleep through every lesson?
Oh!
That one, apparently. Netherrealm's hell, but real.
No shit.
I appear nearly human because I've purged most evil from my soul. When I'm done, the last vestiges of my demonic form will fade away.
Can I ask a question of the group? Why don't y'all like her design? I'm low-key shifting her to the #1 spot. I think she looks incredible. The eyeshadow, the like hair, like the abstract hair, the shoulder pads, the thigh highs. The face card is facing.
Why were the demons after you?
They were sent by Quan Chi, my former master. I was part of his Sisterhood of Shadow. He wanted, still wants...
Ooh, look at even like the little, the like demon...
I renounced him when I realized that I could not help him defile them.
And now he wants you dead.
I didn't even notice it's pulled back.
I followed Quan Chi from the Netherrealm here. He's building devices that steal souls on a mass scale. He's testing the first on the dead that reside in the forest.
Why steal souls, Ashra?
To harness their power. To what end, I don't know. But I do know that it's to aid the designs of another sorcerer. Shang Tsung.
I know, I kind of want to do that look. I just don't have a... I don't have a black wig. Like, I don't have, like, dark hair.
He is here.
My Chris senses him. He's nearby.
Nope, no. We're getting you home.
We have a job to do. Quan Chi could lead us to Shang Tsung.
Your Liu Kang is right. Shang Tsung's a danger that must be dealt with. I will aid you.
Oh, the nails. Okay.
Well, I guess the eyes have it. Motion carries. Ashra, lead the way.
Her smiling was cute. I like that.
Quan Chi is close. The emanations of his evil grow stronger.
That is a powerful weapon.
And my perfect ally. As I smite the evil it finds, I am further purified.
Now, I've done steps, so I'm all for self-help. But since when does a demoness want to be less evil?
I had spent eternity damned to the Netherrealm. I had assumed that's all there was to existence. But then I saw Earthrealm, saw Outworld, saw there was a better way to live, and that to have it, I needed to cleanse my soul. My sister demons were furious at my change of heart. Kia and Jataka were the first to hunt me.
Quan Chi is also a demon?
Actually, he's an Outworlder. But he mastered the dark magic needed for unfettered travel to my realm.
Oh! Me next! Me next!
Any idea how he buddied up with Shang Tsung?
They share a common benefactor. She plucked them both from obscurity, taught them everything they know. I've never met her, but there's no question that she is a sorceress beyond compare. Quan Chi is near.
I am ready for your contributions. Excellent, Nitara. I need yours as well.
Darius and I have been thinking, sorcerer.
Do not try to renegotiate, Havoc.
Oh, this is before he gets fucked up.
Proof that you'll deliver.
That he's delivered for Natara's Vaternians is all the proof you need.
Serena's right. Because of Quan Chi's magic, my realm's people are no longer poisoned by sunlight.
Oh. Now, Megan. Mama. We were at a 10 with the voice acting, and now we're gonna have to take it down a notch. Just listen.
You finally escaped the shadows.
Rest assured, the spells you will receive will bring down Order Realm's government.
When will we have them, Quan Chi?
After the attack on Earthrealm, which could be called off if the Soul Stealer's efficacy isn't demonstrated promptly.
Oh, 100% better than Rhonda. No, she could have put some stank on it. You're playing a vampire. Go there. My name's Nitara! Like, accentuate your words. She's literally just talking to the mic.
Soul Stealer can kill hundreds of thousands. If he unleashes a battery of them,
millions will die.
He must be stopped.
I will deal with Quan Chi. The four of you subdue the others.
Or even like, or go there with being monologue, like monotone, like kind of like Valley Girl, but with like some stank on it. Like be be that monotone if you want to be it, I guess.
You heard her. Millions could die. Which is why we don't want you tripping us up out there. Now, give me your sword.
Why?
Just give it.
I will always root for her, true. Oh, is he giving him the sword that he wanted?
What? I can't. Not when you saved my life. It's yours.
Oh, not that about to make me cry. That's so sweet. Oh, I'm getting teary-eyed. Okay, kiss. Oh, he gets to play as Ashura. Oh.
Yet again, you evade capture, Ashra. And now it appears you found allies.
We are joined against you, sorcerer. You won't be stealing any souls.
Do you think the screaming for Nitara was Megan Fox? Okay, what is he doing here, like, actually? Like, why is he here and not Jade? Daru, or whatever his name is? Where is Jade? Jade literally could have took his spot right now. I'm dead serious.
That blade's enchanted.
It was forged to destroy evil. It's slain many of your vampire kind.
We can't help what we are. That we feed on blood doesn't make us evil.
Fight.
True that, sister. You know what? You're great. You know what I'm gonna start doing from now on? I'm just gonna be quiet, and then the chat will appear above me like it's a thought bubble. So I don't get the hate for it. Y'all get the hit behind your keyboard and say stuff. It was going so good. No, literally. I'm like, ooh.
Demon, you'll need much more.
But she'll grow? Mama, the game's out. What do you mean she's gonna grow? The game's out. Published, produced, out now. In stores. What do you mean she's gonna grow? Okay, Ashra's moveset is everything. game. But she's a... Oh.
I am one step closer to redemption.
Maybe. I would have watched, like... For, like, the role... Like, what do you think the mood board was for her? Like, what do you think she watched to get inspo for the voice? Like, I'm genuinely asking. She watched her own films. She said, you know what? I did great. Let me rewatch.
It's a tornado.
Oh! He's back! No, but go back to that demon face though. That was fierce if they would have just kept it there, like the demon teeth. Did y'all see that one still? Like if we roll that back for a second? That was good, I liked that.
What dark magic is this?
We are Ermac, a collection of souls bound by Quan Chi's magic.
You didn't want to put a little nose contour at the end of that nose? Or like powder around here a little bit? I would have just covered up his entire face. It's a chop. It's giving I use paper towels on Halloween to do SFX. And I just use water and eyelash glue. It's a chop. I mean, we know why he covers his face. This is booger. It's giving the back of the head from that girl in Malignant. That's our Mac.
We live to obey his commands.
Kill them.
Why is it so loud all of a sudden? Hello? I didn't turn any of the volume.
Quan Chi must succeed if I'm to liberate Order Realm. I'll not let him fail.
Arlena.
Killing one realm to free another is a heinous proposition. One I won't let you fulfill.
Oh, I like this stage. Okay, Ashura feels really good. Like, the moveset feels like really fun. Okay, if this guy could stop spamming. Hello? Why do I have, what's happening? Okay, please back it up.
That you aid Quan Chi speaks volumes about you.
Okay, I might have to buy a black wig to do a cosplay of her. I wouldn't pay the amounts of money like I did for the Katana and Melina one, but like this is... I'm like, I'm pulling out my stand card, I must say. Okay, I like literally can't move. This guy is crazy. Oh, fuck me. I dodged it. Oh my god. The clutch?
Take your chaos elsewhere.
I always feared you would be trouble, Ashra.
Why does he suddenly
You are
have
not
blue on?
compliant like your sisters.
What
And now
the?
they're dead by my hand because you sent them against me.
Are you gonna make me play against a DLC fighter? Oh, we get a little sneak peek.
Be sanctified. Sin no more. Where's your pride?
Not his chromas. Speaking of, I gotta get that new Zyra skin on League of Legends.
This has been a long time coming, sorcerer.
I think this is just before he... I think there's something with the... kind of like God of War. Like, that's why Kratos is pale white. I think there's a reason why he is... You know. Hi, Aunt!
When I'm finished here, I will finish you.
So now it's quiet? Someone help my diva. Oh my god.
I can't let them die.
That was so rude. Not that Elliot. Jinkies! Is that inappropriate for me to say?
What? Who is that?
Your ancestors, come to us.
Look, the tattoos on his fingies? Oh shit! Hi, house music.
It siphoned his souls. It now has his power.
That was unexpected.
You're telling me. Shall we finish this?
Let's.
Oh, we can't see. I want to see. Can we get him naked? What? Who said that?
It's not over. I'll defeat all of Quan Chi's minions.
We are many. You are one. We will destroy you.
We are fighting the DLC fighters in the story. Oh my god, cameo. So they could probably, like... I mean, I would assume these three are done. Like, ready to be released. When are the DLC characters coming out? Not that I care, because I'm never gonna play any of them, but...
just a man will be satisfied.
They come out one at a time? That's weird. Oh, that was good.
Resistance is never pointless.
Oh, you think so?
We are many. You are one. We will destroy you.
What's wrong with him?
Kombat must have weakened the magic that binds his souls together.
Now, I'll find you.
What was that?
Not too much a mother.
Watch him. I'll shut down the Soul Stealer.
Uh-oh. Here it is. He's gonna turn white. He's gonna turn pale white. Watch. I knew it! I told y'all! I knew it! I told y'all. I knew it.
Since that didn't kill you, I will.
No, Ashura.
He's too dangerous to let live.
Liu Kang needs to question him. He knows Shang Tsung's plans.
Very well.
Well, clearly I underpaid for that. Did you know what it could do?
The legends never mentioned mystical powers. The souls of my ancestors live within it. They intend to guide me.
Just don't forget who gave it.
Well, Mortal Kombat 9 should have ended it, and they should have done a new thing.
Now, let's get him to Earthrealm.
Mama, you're telling me I gotta wake up and get into a new phase. I don't even think I'm gonna go to bed.
Let's size off. Ashura. You can come with if you want. I'm sure Liu Kang will welcome you.
I've never had a home.
Oh.
That would be wonderful.
Sendai, Naloibuno.
What am I supposed to do? Fall asleep now and then wake up at 9 a.m. to put a face on? It's not happening.
Quan Chi tests the final components as we speak. And the arm.
I get tired around 7 a.m. so the direct is at 10 a.m. so I might as well just stay awake longer.
I've also conceived a plan to break the Lin Kuei away from Liu Kang. Instead of defending Earthrealm.
Unironically, it might be. I'm not even joking.
Excellent. You have learned quickly, Shang Tsung. And well, you will soon reap the bounty of what you've sown.
And then the state of play is at 5, so I can't even take my face off. I have to be in face all day. I mean, I'll probably get out of drag, then we'll play more Pokemon DLC. So. I get to stare at my screen and watch this sexy ass man for the next chapter. We won. Pretty. Cut the mother effing cameras. Go back. I don't need to see these booger people on my screen right now. Go back to the gowns. Go back to the gowns. How does Li Mei have wrinkles, mama? You're like 34. Like why does she have like 60-year-old wrinkles? Mama! These are fierce. Why did Tanya not get a new look? Oh, I know y'all aren't trying to clock me in chat. I'm the one on screen. Don't be irritating.
Yes, princess.
Fetch us water, please.
Queen.
As you wish.
Oh!
Careful, sister. Entanglements with Ungadi are forbidden. You know their values.
Lesbians!
No one. I have eyes. As to the snakes at court who would cheer your downfall.
The Ungadi's rules are ridiculous.
And you can change them when you are Empress. For now, you cannot jeopardize your ascension.
She said, let me be with my GF. Stop. Oh, it's been a thing for a while. Oh, we got new outfits? Ashura's hat?
Oh, perfect. You'll fit right in.
Okay, great gowns, beautiful
You can't
gowns.
steal a more functional hat.
What? It hides your face. And honestly,
Not too much.
it suits you.
What? She said,
I still
what?
don't know about this. Carrying him around will attract unwanted attention.
Look at it out there. It's like Mardi Gras. People will think you just party too hard. What's the word?
Okay, Reptile, so you take your clothes off and wear a nice loincloth that has lots of color on it.
Are you sure these are enough? One person spots us, and we
Hi, Kay.
are dead.
That's why I'll
Right, over the
create
free.
diversion.
They're out for you too, Syzoth.
To catch me, they must see me.
Oh.
Damn. You didn't tell me you could go full Predator.
A different word would be nice. But I guess they're trying to reference every movie they can. How did they get the rights?
We can use that diversion.
What the?
Good work, Sizel.
Come, princess.
Unhand me. I'm going nowhere.
Douse the fires. Find who set them.
I think Shao looks sexier in other games. I don't know.
Stand down, General. This is my problem, not the military's. Look.
Size off.
You know him? Who is he?
Unimportant.
It's just a new timeline. Like everybody's, it's fresh. Okay, well I said it is and I'm right, so we're moving on.
I'll get him.
Who is that? Oh, it's Kenshi.
Size off.
Green blood? You're Zaterran. How can you—
There is much you don't know. Like what the General is truly up to.
Surrender and I'll hear you out. I can't if you resist arrest.
You arrest me.
So not only do I not like her mug, but she's also a cop.
He'll execute me. That's not how I intend to die.
Fight.
This map is gorgeous. Hello? Are y'all seeing this? I have never seen the movie. Fuck. I think I'm dead. Please survive. Fuck me.
You've one last chance to
Yeah, her spell effects are some of the prettiest, but I really hope her alt costume is cute. Okay, can I ask a question? Can someone look it up without spoiling anything? How many alternate costumes are there? I want a number. Are there a lot?
My quarrel's not with you. Let me pass.
Wait, the game came out today. Nobody's gonna know the answer. We are the tutorial. I hate when we are the tutorial. God damn it.
Know that I am sorry.
There's
for
nothing.
disturbing Shindo's
Okay.
peace.
Well, we're trailblazer. We're creating history.
Princess, no. You could be hurt.
Oh! Why are we fighting?
Insurrection from Esoteric. This is a day I never thought I'd see.
You misread my intentions, Princess. Sadly, I've no time to explain them.
Fight!
What was that? Oh, this outfit she has on? We better be able to play in that. That's gorge. Why did Tanya not get a cute outfit though? I'm kind of mad about that. Yeah, like they have cute little icons in the corner. Like they have like sprites. I don't think I've seen this. Well, I missed, so I guess I'm not gonna see it. That was rather rude. Oh, I got it. Oh.
For one who claims to be a rebel, you fight tenaciously.
Ideal, thank you for the follow. Y'all just ruin the fun sometimes. Anyway. Yeah, thank you for getting my follower count up. This is the second day in a row I've gotten hate rated. And when I go into subs only mode. Thank you so much for actually giving me a hate rate to get my numbers up, to get me to 13K followers or whatever the fuck I'm at. Thank you. Anyway. move on. Don't give it attention. Oh no, I'm fine. I'm getting paid like thousands of dollars to play video games, and these losers are hate rating me while they're sitting in their basement doing absolutely nothing with their lives. And what do? I look stunning, and I'm hot, and I'm getting paid for it.
My fight's not with her, or you.
It is now that you've laid your hands on her. I will
Chameleon just there? What is she doing?
Fight.
So true. Yeah, Tanya was really fun when we played her earlier. Actually, I'm really liking some of these other characters we usually don't play. Like Baraka and Reptile feel really fun.
My sentence is suspended, Umgadi.
I hope she's DLC. We need Mother Jade.
Found
Oh. Hold on. It's not the right. I don't want to go on. I just need to disable one more thing so these losers can't intervene. It's still going too. It's really funny. How many followers are you doing? That's a lot. Okay. How many followers do we have? Twitch, Nemesis. How many followers do we have? Check the live. 13K. Oh my god, you helped us get to 13K! Oh my god! Thank you so much! Thank you so much for getting that follower count and engagement up, sweetie. You got me to 13K. You really ate that.
What about him?
Can you hate raid my Instagram next? It's at NemesisLacroix. I'm about like 60 followers away from, so can you send some of the troll accounts over there as well? Do you want the link? I'll send it to you. Here you go. Hold on. There you go, sweetie. Send some of the bots over to that account, and we'll call it a day. Do you want me to say something inappropriate for you on the live? Thank you for the hate raid.
If this was one of my movies, we'd get saved by a plucky comic sidekick.
Oh, one more thing. On my YouTube channel, I'm starting a subscription service so you can watch me do my makeup, because I know that's why, I think that's why you're here, because you just want to comment on my makeup and call me a nasty T-word. So I'm doing a subscription service that you can pay for $5 to send your hate raid over there. And you can watch me do my makeup, you can watch old VODs, you can watch streams that I'm out of drag, because I know you want to see what I look like without this makeup on, because you're obsessed with me. So go over there and subscribe for $5 too.
If we die today, we die together.
Mocha, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. How was your stream?
It's unlikely like Shang Tsung to leave loose.
Hi, Curtis. We're being hate rated.
Free of him. I'll reveal your conspiracy.
But guess who doesn't care?
You'll do nothing of the kind. Dead men tell no tales. Fight.
I don't know how to do that move. Like, how do you counter it like that?
You've more strength than expected. It will make your defeat that much more.
Forward and R1. Oh, you can hold that down and use your... I didn't know you could... Oh, okay. I keep doing quarter circle, circle, and doing that, like, spitball move.
You won't silence me, General.
Do we love? Yeah, Reptile is the love of my life. Everybody can step off, he's mine. I thought that guy was naked.
Now.
Just Motaro. Y'all better open your wallets. So true. We have no alerts on, but it's okay. Thanks, Curtis, for 44 months. Love you so much. Can't wait to have fun at TwitchCon. Oh, we just left? Okay.
Kung Lao, you have safely returned. By the Elder Gods.
We had a run-in with Princess Melina's inner demons.
She took my sight, but Sento, in its own way, restored it.
I am glad that Sento bonded with you. Though my hope was that the means would be different this time.
This time?
Oh!
Forgive me, Kenshi. I misspoke. Go. The monks will tend to your wounds.
We found Shang Tsung.
Oh, the subscription finally went through because we got so many followers.
He's neck deep in some serious shit.
Rest. Eat. Then we will discuss.
Can I also get a martini? Shaken, not stirred.
His entire dialogue just being references is so funny.
Earthrealm players. We wouldn't have made it back without him.
Astra and Syzos.
You know us?
As Earthrealm's protector, there is much I know.
Do you also know of my former master, Quan Chi? He colludes with Shang Tsung.
I love the, like,
new Deadly Alliance
dots. Oh!
Come, all of you. You must
Not the new Deadly Alliance. Looks around. Glad I played that game before this. I would have never understood that reference. See, I knew, I was telling y'all, I was like, I need to play this before that game so I know the references. Clock it.
Shang Tsung and Quan Chi again conspire against Earthrealm? What Johnny and Kenshi report.
Oh yeah, I know, trust.
Possible.
I know my Mortal Kombat history.
I gave the sorcerers meaningless lives. They should have never gained power, let alone join forces.
And your work was flawless. Such would their lives have been, had someone not...
Anybody in chat that's interested in my live reactions, there's 2 shows tomorrow, by the way. There's one at 10 a.m. and there's one at 5 p.m. Nintendo Direct and Sony.
What do you mean?
Data play.
Both sorcerers were visited by this person. It is her intervention that
No,
built the
literally.
arcs of their lives.
Who is she?
Unknown. Her identity has been obscured from the hourglass.
Oh, you guys know her.
Who could have that power? Is it Kronika? Somehow resurrected?
Impossible. Titans once destroyed, cannot be revived.
Nope.
That someone else.
Not that I really
must
want to
have
know
survived
because
the
I want to be
previous
surprised.
timeline. Someone with a vendetta against me.
It is the only plausible theory.
But I know the state of play is going to be
You must
third party and
determine its
indie
validity,
games.
Geras. The fate of the realms may depend on it.
Oh, hey, we haven't seen them in a hot minute.
How long are we expected to linger? Patience, Bihan. There are many demands.
Yikes. I mean, Nintendo's gonna gag us tomorrow. I'm gonna get some more water really quick, because I know this is gonna be an eye roll chapter. Sorry, not a big fan of the main character peoples. I have to figure out dinner because I have no groceries because I'm moving in 2 days. Oh, by the way, during all of this madness of me streaming, I'm moving in 2 days. An entire apartment. Into a new one.
Hands on Liu Kang's attention. Were he here, Father would advise us to wait without protest.
But now he is gone.
What does this look like?
Grandmaster.
It's a green
His
cup.
teachers did not pass with him. They should still guide us.
Guide us, yes. Shackle us.
Whoa, that's kind of trippy.
Abandon tradition. Mind your place, Tomas. Father may have taken you in, made you one of us, but your blood will never be Lin Kuei.
Ooh! Hi.
Lord Liu Kang can see you now.
It is about time.
Shang Tsung is here, at the ruins of Ying Fortress. His soul stealers are already under construction. You must destroy them, and capture Shang Tsung before either can inflict harm upon Earthrealm.
We will leave immediately.
And we will join you.
You are not Lin Kuei. You would only hinder the effort.
Raiden and I are more than...
We're trained differently. It takes years to master our ways.
You and Raiden have my full confidence, but you are needed elsewhere. Go to the Wuxi. The monks must prepare you for war.
Uh-oh.
The only way in is over the walls. We must find a less guarded section before attempting an ascent. Finally, we face a worthy foe. Victory will bring us glory. Glory? We fight for duty. Does our father's ghost possess you? All I hear is his voice. We must honor his vision, Bihan. Vision is what he lacked. He was blind to our superiority. We settle for defending Earthrealm when we could help lead it.
Our clan doesn't govern. It serves.
That is our past.
Yes, honey, it
It will be our
serves.
future.
Sorry. Smoke said, I don't need to do all that. What is she doing here?
As a boy, I heard tales of battles against your kind. I had fought them tall ones.
All Earthrealmers will soon know of Eternus. My realm starves, and it's coming here to feed.
Knock him to job! Robin. What should I get for dinner? What are we thinking, chat? Ooh.
Think you've overcome me? Think again.
French fries would be good. I agree, Jack. That's what we've been saying before you walked in too. We were like, ooh, that's not. I had McDonald's the other day, so I want to get something a little different. Oh, I've never had Taco Bell. I'm not a taco girl. I don't like tacos. Not too much. Oh. I could go for sushi. Sushi could be good. She does look good. I just think the voice doesn't. Yeah, wait, look at the wings right there. They didn't look.
You will end this day hungry.
What has no sauce at Taco Bell? Nothing.
We are charged with defending the fortress. None
Oh, I love
will
sushi.
escape us.
I tried it like last year and I really liked it. I just don't eat it often. You know why I like. Oh. The reason why I like sushi is because I got drunk at Disney World and I had sushi at Disney. I was like, oh my god, this is so good. What, Epcot, whatever. I drank around the world in less than 2 hours, and then I had to get food in me because I was drinking my ass off. That was the most insane day of my life, actually. I think a high pony would have been hot too for Nitara. I think the reason they did the mullet kind of thing is because they wanted the hair to be out of the way of the wings and the helmet, but it just. No, I'm not paying attention to this chapter at all. I'm never really interested in. I'm interested in Smoke, not these two. I'm not a Sub-Zero Scorpion girl. I think they're so dull.
Liu Kang was overly concerned. Your magic does not impress.
Oh, I love a California roll so much. Now I want sushi. I'm like, ooh, that sounds so good. You know what my favorite thing is when like sushi places, like it's like there's a place in Massachusetts that does it. They sell everything. They do sushi, they do Chinese food, they do fried food, they do tacos, they do like everything in one store, and I'm like, that is the best store ever. Cause like I could go for like sushi and then like French fries, like ooh, that sounds good.
You're both unharmed? We are, brother. Good. After our years of idleness, it pleases me to again face combat.
I will be pleased when we complete our mission.
Who is this running? Oh. Yes. I'm gonna look around while this happens. Y'all can fill me in. I'm not really in it.
Be careful with what you're handling. We have no time for mistakes. Continue working. I must oversee production of the remaining basins.
I looked up sushi and Wendy's came up. I don't think that's correct.
That's Quan Chi, the other sorcerer Liu Kang described.
Kuai Liang and I will capture him. Stay here. Do not let them activate the Soul Stealers.
And there's like nothing. Shit. All of the hair is getting in my face. Stop.
In this war.
Let us win it first, brother.
Will the Soul Stealers be completed on time, Quan Chi?
Yes. Our benefactor's guidance has proven most helpful.
If we break it, we'll halt their construction.
Agreed.
What just happened?
We have been expecting you. Were you told also to expect defeat? This ends no other way. Fight!
Yeah, wait.
You should never have come here. I will bury you in this fortress.
Notice how we're all checked out of this? The pacing of this chapter feels weird. Like, why are we here? Like, the chat is so dead. Nobody's in this right now. Nobody GAF.
Your failure was inevitable.
This is so unnecessary. What I can offer you, you won't decline.
Unless it's your surrender, I am not interested. Fight.
Why is he old? Hi, old. Yeah, we've only played as Ashura, and it's chapter 8. They're shoving all the girlies to the end chapter. I'm like, oh. Fuck.
capabilities are indeed limited.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Wait, blue lip, yellow lip, Sub-Zero, Scorpion, blue and yellow. I don't like blue lipstick or yellow lipstick. I don't like Sub-Zero or Scorpion. It's getting weird. It all comes together. Okay, you just need to take it. You're done. Sit down.
I had hoped for a worthier enemy.
This POV? Blue and yellow was my school colors. That's all I can think of. This gives team spirit. I'm like, boots. Well.
Perhaps now you wish to entertain my offer.
Yeah, where is Smoke actually? You raise a good point.
We are strangers to each other.
I know that you wish to break free of Liu Kang's control, to gain your clan unrivaled power. I offer the means to do both.
Ignore him, brother. He promises only corruption.
Grandmaster, I am sure you're asking yourself, can I afford to trust a man I have never met? But the true question you must ask is, can I afford not to?
No. I have no idea.
Impossible.
If it is Chronica, I'm gonna be like, this is so... Oh, here we go. We're gonna play more of the characters I don't give a fuck about.
Once Outworld rules Earthrealm, you will be free to remake the Lin Kuei in any manner you see fit.
Bihan, don't listen! We must stop them, not—
Silence, Kuai Liang.
But brother—
Obey your Grandmaster.
Too
Can you win this war? Soul Stealers are deadly, but they're not enough.
You only think so because you don't understand their true purpose.
Explain.
True.
Emperor Ying built this fortress during one of Earthrealm's
No
most
idea, little
turbulent
trains,
periods.
no idea.
Enemies beset him on all sides. He built a great army to protect his empire. He built a second one to protect him in the afterlife. This is Emperor Ying's Dragon Army.
They're all statues.
But does this history lesson have a point?
These statues were constructed and enchanted by the great mages in the Emperor's court.
Don't really know what's going on, but... Oh, that's not...
They are animated by fragments of souls. Once alive, they fight tirelessly, unburdened by remorse or pity.
Oh, it's Onaga's from Deception. That's really interesting, isn't it? Hey, I want that. That's pretty. Oh, that's not. Oh.
As our ally, you will be given command of several battalions. Few in Earthrealm could then resist the Lin Kuei.
I make them all twerk. Everybody start twerking.
How could you? Father would turn in his grave if he saw this. He was a doddering old fool.
Okay, not too much.
For having that accident. And I was right to let him die.
Oh.
Let him die? You said you tried to save him! A lie. Because you couldn't and still can't face the truth. Father had doomed the Lin Kuei to mediocrity. Now, we will achieve greatness.
Oh, he got. Oh! Oh, he knocked him the fuck out. Did you see how he fell back? Yeah, when Scrappy Doo was actually Mr. Bean. Remember that? Yeah. Or Mr. Bean was actually Scrappy Doo. The way I would have gagged if he just killed him, I'd be like, oh!
He is a feisty one.
Are you going to blather or make yourself useful? This Earthrealmer must be neutralized. Fight!
Oh, she's been back, bears. I know, where is he? I know. Wait, like actually, when was the last time we saw him? When he was falling off the building? Like what? He said, I'm gonna actually unironically take a smoke break. Jesus Christ. All my health gone. Can we relax?
You may corrupt Bihan, but you won't corrupt me.
Why is Shang Tsung in this new cosmetic like look like he's wearing Skechers? And like cargo pants. Got him.
Neither of you are up to the task.
Do not let Kuai Liang escape.
So is Smoke gonna be a good guy or a bad guy? Bad puppy! Oh, Rain's here.
Efficiency. Like barnacles on a ship's hull. They create drag and reduce speed.
I see.
Thank you, NB.
So you've declined Shang Tsung's offer. I assume your brother has not. The sorcerer tempted him into forsaking his oath. He can be convincing, can't he? Spurning him is a grave mistake.
So Rain is a traitor. I don't know about Tanya though. I'm a man. That's a quote. Why is the AI like really hard now? Like, can we stop? It's probably because this character sucks. That I'm playing.
Your scheme will fail. I'll see to it.
I'm not gagging. Oh. Yeah, no, she usually is. I hope they go there with the lesbian storyline. I want to see them kiss.
The mistake is yours, Outworlder.
What have you done?
Oh my god.
Test your might.
Whoa! Oh, that's how he gets fucked up. I mean, he had it coming. That was his full face, not half his face.
For burning me, you'll burn in the Netherrealm.
Fight.
Hi, Taylor. I mean, yeah, but also, like, how does that explain him, like, breaking his limbs off and doing that? Like, how does that, what, I think he's a demon zombie thing. I don't really know his lore. What game is he from? Armageddon? Like, I'm so serious. There was no reason for Darius to be in this game. Like, I'm so serious to you. When Jade literally... Like, I would even... Not... Jade should be playable. But, like... What? She's not in this game at all.
A Lacroix's flame is not easily smothered.
Or Devora. Don't even care. Like, I would have taken another girly pop instead of this random dude. I don't even like Devora. Smoke chilling.
What happened? Where's Bihan? He's betrayed us. We're all in imminent danger. Letting Father die. Forsaking Earthrealm. He's abandoned all reason. I knew Bihan's frustrations ran deep, but I never thought they could inspire such madness. We can't let his corruption spread. Whatever it takes, I am with you. Thank you. We may not share blood, but we are brothers.
Do your oaths mean nothing? It's your duty to obey my will.
Not when it betrays Lacroix principles. We won't sacrifice them to serve your ambition.
Not hotboxing the car. Oh my god!
Kuai Liang! Stay back. This is my fight.
End this, brother. Embrace the future.
I want no part of it. You pervert all that it means to be Lacroix.
Oh, he clocked him. I didn't know he had a scar. Oh, really? Sub-Zero did, so now Scorpion does. Nice touch, I guess. How did Sub-Zero get it originally? Can you tell I just don't care about these characters? Don't know anything about their story.
You disgrace our family and clan.
Stupid character. He's hot though.
You are my grandmaster no longer. What are you doing? Once he's exposed, won't you be made grandmaster? You forget Cyrax and Sector. Their loyalty to Bihan is absolute. They'll sooner abet his corruption than follow me. We must chart a new course. One that both honors our father's legacy and serves Earthrealm. Help me. We can't leave him here to aid Shang Tsung.
It's a whole new like storyline thing, but basically, yeah, everybody's like getting their what defines them as characters, which is kind of interesting. I kind of love it.
Did you achieve this, sorcerer?
Whomst is
you
that?
arrived not a moment too soon, Geras. What have you learned?
In scrutinizing Shang Tsung's first meeting with his benefactor, I made an important discovery. Her life essence, the very time crystals that make up her being, are not of this timeline.
Not of this timeline? How could someone from a previous timeline enter this one?
Another day.
Happen.
If that cannot happen, then what has happened, Geras? There are no other timelines than those that have come before.
All evidence points to the presence of a second timeline, which exists concurrently with ours.
Shut up.
Side by side, moving forward simultaneously?
Never in a billion lifetimes have I seen this. But that does not make the other timeline any less real. There can be no doubt that Shang Tsung's benefactor hails from it.
And who she is, why she's here, where she's from. All questions we need answered, which we can't while we are under attack. I will go to Sindel, convince her to withdraw from Earthrealm by showing her how history is being manipulated.
That will require revealing to her your prior role as Keeper of Time.
The situation gives me no choice. I will need your help, Gears, to prove my claims to the Empress.
How does that make any sense, though? What? Oh, I thought they were clones. They're all wearing the same outfit.
Return
I was like,
home, Lord Liu Kang. I am to let no one pass.
I must see Her Majesty. She must call off her attack on Earthrealm.
Her decision was unwise, but she no longer seeks my counsel, and I doubt she's interested in yours.
The Empress has been deceived. Shang Tsung and General Shao have fomented this crisis as a means to steal her throne.
General Shao? I knew he was hiding his true intentions.
well, yeah.
Join Shang Tsung? I knew he couldn't be trusted. Were I still Umgadi, he would never have breathed the same air as the Empress. My palace sources told me he arrived out of nowhere, and immediately had the Empress's ear.
He gained her trust by treating Princess Melina's condition. Tragically, she is afflicted with Tarkat disease.
Tarkat? The Empress must be beside herself. If Shang Tsung found a treatment, no wonder she embraced him.
I have shared this with no one. I trust that you, of all people, will keep this secret.
Of course. Were it made public, it would bring down the royal family.
Li Mei, Empress Sindel needs our help. Will you join me?
Emperor Jarrett's death, the pain it caused Empress Sindel, has always haunted me. I failed the royal family once. I won't do so again.
Don't make me play as Li Mei. I'm scared. Don't do it.
Everything now makes sense.
Oh, I'm gonna be played as Li
My
Mei.
contacts had said the general soldiers had been encroaching. But still, I can't fathom it. General Shao committing treason?
It is the fruit of a poisonous seed planted by Shang Tsung. He played to the general's vanity, inflamed his prejudices to convince him that he alone could save our world.
Hi, Maddie.
He may be unstoppable. The Umgadi don't have numbers, and my constables aren't trained for war.
Know that I, too, will aid in the Empress's defense.
Hello?
Driver, what is it? I may need that aid right now.
What happened?
Return Liu Kang to the portal gate, Li Mei. He isn't welcome.
See, her mug right there looked lovely.
Support the general, Reiko, nor his plot to usurp the throne.
Then you won't live to see the new regime.
Oh! So all 12 of you cops couldn't stop two guys?
Protector, Li Mei. I am no stranger to combat.
Then let's get out there.
should have joined
Oh.
us. Not the constabulary.
Oh.
Enough. I've no use for a traitor's compliments.
Fight.
I don't like her fighting style. I remember from the beta, I really didn't like it. She's just fists. This is gonna be our first loss, by the way.
I thought Shao's soldiers were better trained.
Oh, clock it.
You and your accomplices will face judgment, Reiko. We must leave. Reinforcements will be on the way.
We asked the driver to go fast. I just don't like her fighting style either. It's just not great. What is like actually what is her role? She's just hanging out.
Word of his arrival precedes you. Surrender if you wish to remain unharmed.
Let us pass, Tanya. The Empress and her family are in danger. He brings word that Shang Tsung and General Shao plot against them.
The General? Are you so easily taken
Oh,
in
this
by
is where
law?
that screenshot comes from that everybody
Once
was doing my
again,
girl dirty.
Incapable of protecting the royal house.
That mugshot was not cute, but she has a good model, but everybody was taking that out of context.
We waste precious time, Tanya. Let's finish this.
Chameleon's literally just there. Like, what is she doing? I sure hope it doesn't. I keep doing the same input because, like, I don't even... Like, that one right there is... weird.
I'm sorry you made that necessary.
What now? Stop! We're not a threat to you.
You know who I am. Of my deeds when I was one of you. I may no longer be welcome. But in my heart, I am still Umgadi. I will always honor my vows. He's here to end a threat to the Empress. Stand against us, and she will lose the throne. Stand with us, and we will save the Empire.
Okay, convince her. What? Why'd you handcuff
Why
her?
didn't you kill me?
Because we mean you no harm.
And that you live will help prove that fact to the Empress.
So rude. Hey guys. Why are they just in their thrones? You guys want to do anything else?
How dare you, Li Mei? It's not enough that you let Jared be murdered. You'd let Liu Kang destroy the rest of my family?
Oh.
My heart broke when your husband died. I lost not only my emperor, but you, my closest friend. I know you may never forgive me. But don't be blinded by anger and grief. We are here to help you.
No, daughter. You're conditioned.
Stop fighting. Girls, stop.
Your faithlessness astounds, Li Mei. How can you side with Earthrealm against us?
I'm acting for your family's benefit, and for Outworld's. If you took a moment, you'd realize it.
Ladies, please. Stop fighting. They did. They really did. I'm gonna get a mod. I'm gonna get a face mug mod. Someone needs to mod her face. Like I just need a couple pounds of makeup. Like it's no tea. Put a nice mug on her and she's fine.
Your Highness, please. You fight the wrong.
Not what happened to the blue lipstick. Oh, she's in the trash. Oh! You distracted me with the blue lip. Listen, I'm a certified makeup artist. I went to makeup school and I have a diploma. Hire me for the makeup department for these video games. I'll be the face model, I'll do the face charts, I'll do the concept art. Get me in there. Get me into the room. Oh. Well. Not you kinda eat as Li Mei. You're so.
You must be smarter, Princess.
No, Melina. I forbid it.
I must. If I won't risk my life for the throne, I'm not worthy of it.
Oh. Gag stress!
I remember teaching you that, Princess. You were but a girl.
That was long ago. Much has changed.
My loyalty to your family hasn't. Trust me now as you did then. Please, Princess, just listen. We shouldn't fight.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Forgive me, Princess, but I won't allow you to hurt yourself or anyone else.
I just had a heart attack. I literally just had a heart attack. The way the AI is sitting there because they know that this character I am not good at. Like, can this shot, I hate this moveset. Well, because Li Mei is, I'm really not gonna say that. But you guys know how I feel about Li Mei's design. Yeah, well, Melina should have taught Li Mei a thing or two about makeup, hair, and face. She's gonna teach her fighting styles. She can teach her how to use a makeup brush. And put on some fucking lipstick.
Tarkat makes victims of us all.
Li Mei wrong for this too. She's fighting everybody just to, like, you're making things worse. Resident Li Mei hater, I don't know. My lesbians, my girls.
Please, Argus. Thank you. I am in your debt.
No, Your Majesty. There can be no debt between friends.
What? Hold on. Li Mei's the reason why she went crazy and almost just killed her. It's Li Mei's fault, not you shouldn't be thanking her. Hold on, let's wake that up.
I am glad she is safe, and that our conflict has ended.
It is paused, not ended.
Oop, clock
Li
it.
Mei has earned my goodwill. Whether you do remains to be seen.
I seek only peace, Your Majesty.
Is that why you send minions on secret missions into my empire?
Okay, what did they do? They changed her mug. I'm dead serious. They changed her face. They put more makeup on her from the first couple cutscenes to now. I swear to you. I swear to you. She looks so good here. Like, the mug is mugging. But before, no.
You've proved yourself the enemy I was long warned you would be.
I understand your anger, but I had reason to believe that Shang Tsung posed a threat to both of us. Until I confirmed them, I did not want to burden you with my suspicions.
And now?
They have proven true. Shang Tsung, Quan Chi,
oh no, oh that's not...
They conspire to conquer our realms.
A serious charge. Where is your proof?
At Shang Tsung's laboratory. If what you see there does not convince you, I will surrender Earthrealm without a fight.
Oh, she was gagged.
How could I have so misjudged them?
Oh my god, yes!
Shang Tsung to indulge
A Sindel chapter? We won!
For General Shao to condone it. They are not the men I thought them.
Despite my best efforts, neither man nor Quan Chi are who they were meant to be.
They're not your responsibility. They're Outworlders.
But it is I who crafted their destinies, along with those of all other beings, at the dawn of history.
You created the realms. Is your mind addled, demigod?
I am a mere demigod now, but eons ago, I was more powerful than all of the Elder Gods combined. I was a Titan, and the Keeper of Time. This is Geras.
Your Majesty, Your Highnesses.
Geras is the guardian of the Hourglass, a celestial object which lies beyond the realms. The Hourglass regulates time and destiny. When I wielded its power, it was upon me to craft all of existence.
What is the obsession with this timeline shit?
When I restarted,
the story was fine.
Restarted?
This timeline was preceded by billions more. Though this is the first of Liu Kang's design. The others were designed by his predecessor. Kronika was obsessed with equalizing good and evil. When a timeline veered too far to one or the other, she would halt it and restart history, tinkering with lives and events in the hope of achieving her golden balance.
Prior timelines, Kronika gave Shang Tsung and Quan Chi mastery of the most vile magics. Shao was not a general, a tyrannical ruler bent on conquest. You, Sindel,
were his ruthless wife,
who
would do anything to preserve your privilege. When I took the hourglass from Kronika, I vowed to do better. So in this timeline, the sorcerers would not gain their dark powers. Shao would be your loyal follower, and you would rule Outworld firmly, but fairly.
But someone has interfered with Liu Kang's design. Shao, Shang Tsung, Quan Chi, all have been groomed by an unknown entity to be the villains they were in previous timelines.
Where to begin?
She's so gagged.
Am I to kneel to my creator? Do you expect worship?
No, Your Majesty. My prior role was thrust upon me by circumstance. I am in no way divine.
You had power over all of creation, yet you gave it up.
Because I saw how it drove Kronika mad. I knew I would fare no better had I kept it.
Oh my Jesus Christ!
You. How dare you conspire against Outworld?
Not against Outworld, but against your misguided rule.
Of course.
Your deference to
Man.
him leaves us all vassals.
So you sanction these unspeakable horrors? Lie to me about the threats we face? Thanks to you, Earthrealm blood is already on my hands. Bloodshed, without cause or provocation.
Don't move.
Empress, everyone, stay back.
What is it?
The Amulet of Shinnok, a weapon of terrifying power.
It should not exist. Its maker is powerless, as Liu Kang designed.
Yet more proof of foreign interference.
Enough prattle. You'll both bend a knee to Outworld's new emperor.
Not
Put
this.
down the amulet. Its evil is beyond your control.
Do you think I do battle not trained with my weapons? I am more than prepared.
What?
So General Shao casts his lot with Outworld's enemies against me. He's a fool to ally with you blood-sucking fiends.
Fight.
What was that? Okay, I haven't played her in a couple hours, so let me...
Still, you fight on. It is a pointless endeavor.
You ate that one thing. But are we sure Megan even did the hiss? I missed.
You're no better than Shang Tsung's monstrosities.
Tanya and your daughters, they are not dead, but trapped in the amulet. We can still save them.
Oh, she clocked him.
Detain me! It's no surprise that you are party to Shao's treason. Know that it will cost you your life.
I owe him.
Oh, the dialogue messing up.
Sacrificing it in his service would be an honor.
Good night.
Fight.
Serve your queen.
I know. I was like, what is that? Oh, what is your problem?
Serve your queen. That Shang misled you makes you no less culpable. You will answer for this crime.
I know. I'm like, I'm such a stan already. So like, I'm glad she's getting some love. You missed your thing twice, buddy. Sorry about it.
Your rebellion is doomed.
Here he goes. Oh!
Your betrayal hurts most, Rain. I thought of you as a son.
I've outgrown you, Empress. Shang Tsung's taught me that I've scratched just the surface of my power. To explore it, I can't be bound by your limits.
Fight.
You've sacrificed your position and reputation. Neither will you get back.
I just don't understand why you would say that. I'm about to go sub only. I'm dead serious. Y'all are really trying it tonight. I got hate rated. I'm seeing 2-3 spoilers every hour. Honestly, I'm about to go sub only for real. Oh, I haven't even won a round. I thought that was me winning. Oops.
You are forever dead to me.
Baka.
Your reign is over, Sindel.
I remember the weak, sickly.
followers, 160 minutes. How about that?
The boy you were. How your father fought to push you past your infirmities. Now you repay him by spitting on his ideals? Your revolt shreds every value he held dear.
Fight!
But like, no one knows how to fucking act right. Like, seriously. Like, it's so irritating. Like, like, no offense, have you guys like had interactions with other people? Like, just don't be an asshole. Like, for real. They're really trying it tonight.
You've forsaken both me and the Empire. Your family name will be forever tarnished.
And not even like, oh yeah, like... You know what? Honestly, like, you honestly pissed me off, so I'm banning you. Like, like, just even saying that, like, we're playing the story. Like, why would you say a spoiler? Like, why would you be like, oh yeah, no spoilers, but... There's no but. But also, like, what? Like, we're playing the story, mama. What do you mean, like, oh yeah? Like, I'm playing the story. Obviously, I'm playing the story because I want to play the story. You don't have to, like, why would you spoil it? So stupid. I'm not, like, mad. I'm just, like, disappointed that some people, like, don't know how to fucking act. I also feel bad. Like, I literally feel sorry for you. Like, I actually feel sorry for people that just, like, don't have the social cues to be like, oh yeah, someone's playing a story game on stream, so let me not spoil or say something about the story. Like, be so real. Be so real. I'm being so serious. I'm not even mad. Like, I'm saying this from the genuine heart to heart, like, because I know you're probably still watching because I'm ranting about it. Go to the store, go to the Home Depot, go to the Lowe's, go somewhere, fill out the application, and, like, have interactions with other people so you can understand, like, social, like, I shouldn't do that. I need you to, like, just go outside for a minute. Let's realize where we're at in the world. Get your ass a motherfucking job challenge. I'm not even that mad, like, it's just like, I feel bad for you. I really do. Also, the game isn't even out yet, so why are you looking at end chapter spoilers? Like, you're so weird. We do.
You are relieved, General.
The amulet, Your Majesty.
Oh.
I hate to disrupt, but we must act quickly to save Earthrealm.
Is that the command of my creator?
No, Your Majesty.
The way she looked up and down, she said...
It is the request of a friend.
I understand that, but, like, I'm a Mortal Kombat stan. Like, mama, just put it down. Put that down. You don't need to know every ins and outs and crevice of the goddamn game. It's not even out yet.
We are ready.
And the Soul Stealers?
Keep them running. I am sure we'll find a use for the collected souls.
We're doing a Melina chapter, by the way. Oh! The way she clocked him so fast. Oh, this is the girl. See, if Jade was here, it would be game of the year for me. I don't know. Like, all these scenes with all these girls, but Jade is nowhere to be found. Like, it actually hurts me. What? I love women. No, we move on. He's living rent-free in our mind, and he probably doesn't even know how to pay his rent yet, so we just move on.
Will they stand down if ordered?
Oh, hey, Smoke.
No. Those are the General's most loyal lieutenants.
They must be neutralized if we are to shut down the Soul
Melina
Stealers.
is mugged up.
I do. We should split up.
No, like, actually, like, where is she? Oh, that's
Stay
not.
behind me, princess.
No, we fight together.
That's my mama. Y'all can like and retweet. Oh. Oh, that's not.
What's wrong?
My ribs. They may be broken. Help me up.
No, Tanya, stay down. This time, I protect you.
I love lesbians. I love lesbians. I love lesbians.
Come any closer, and you'll feel the points of my blades.
We are many. You are one. Your souls will become part of our collection. Fight.
The way I can use Tanya in this fight. What was that? Hey Tanya, get up real quick. Even though you have a broken rib. I haven't played Melina yet. This is my first time playing her, actually. Like actually.
You have no chance of taking my soul.
Oh.
You'll have no part of me, Ermac.
Gagged.
Amazing, Melina. In another life, you could have been Umgadi.
I prefer this one, dearest Tanya.
Oh. Another day. Just run, sisters.
Leave. Quickly.
Melina, wait.
Oh, that is sick. That is sick. Oh, that is so fucked.
Is it truly you?
That is so fucked.
Yes, Melina. This body was created from the living forest's souls. Mine was one of them. Your attack broke the spell that binds us.
He's faking you out, sister.
I am in control.
Father!
No, 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 no!
You are Umgadi, but not Li Mei.
I replaced her after your death, Your Majesty. She left the Order rather
No,
than
he's
seek
lying. I don't
punishment.
trust it. Why? Why?
It's not her fault.
No.
A discussion for another time, Father. We must go.
No, he's a liar. He's a liar. He's faking. He's not. No. I still don't trust it. They're giving us a false sense of security. There's no way. So easily. Is that why Ermac looks so fucked up? No, 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 no.
It's me.
How I've missed you.
Greetings, Jarrett.
Liu Kang, my friend. We meet again.
It is good to have you back. We once again find ourselves in challenging circumstances.
And once again, we will prevail. As always, Sindel, I am yours to command.
It happened so fast. I don't trust it either, Mama. Also, if my dad came back from the dead, love him, but I'd be like, oh no, Mama, you need to go back. That's not right.
How is it they're unaware that the Soul Stealers are shut down?
We are deep within the mountain. From here, they couldn't tell.
Look at them conspiring.
No, literally.
History we should not be repeating.
We must take the crown. Without it, he can't raise more warriors.
Our odds will improve if we can surround
I feel like it would be a larger, like, moment
While the rest of you get into position.
if this was his first, and like, it was like, but that didn't seem like,
Shang Tsung.
what? Melina, please.
Princess Melina.
I bring news from Outworld. Sindel is deposed. General Shao now rules.
Me when I lie.
And yet you are still free.
A ponytail,
To
yes.
succeed, the General needed help on the inside. I provided it.
The heir to the throne gives it up willingly.
Oh, Hunty.
It is a burden I've never wanted. The realm is better left in General... Emperor Shao's hands.
A most mature perspective. Outworld benefits from your wisdom.
Yes, Shang Tsung, it does. But not in the manner that you expect.
The way she was like, didn't you just break your ribs?
Gambit, princess.
It is an impressive display of guile. Who knew she was so capable?
You count yourselves among my doubters. I will count you among the dead.
Fight.
Okay. Me getting gagged in the first couple seconds. But not for me. What? Hello? Fuck. Like, he was comboing me out the ass.
Capabilities are indeed limited.
Enough. It's on easy, don't even clock me. We tried to do medium earlier and I would be probably screaming my head off if we were doing that. At least it's not very easy, I guess.
Punished. Do not expect leniency.
Is it weird I like Shang Tsung older more? I don't know. I do like older men, but also like... Not that he's like sexy, I just like the design better. Can you please? I don't know her combos yet. Okay.
There will be consequences for forsaking Outworld.
Fuck it. Oh!
Thanks to the princess, this fight is ended.
The fight, perhaps. Not the battle.
True. Until your benefactor is caught, the realms remain...
Sindel T-posing in the background?
Who is she, sorcerer?
Speak of the devil. Liu Kang. Meet Damashi.
Damashi?
Excuse me?
You are the victim of deception, sorcerer.
Huh?
You're not Damashi. You're me. More correctly, you are me. A poor facsimile, anyway. Made lesser by Liu Kang's meddling.
What's happening here? Who is he?
This Shang Tsung is whom I battled for the Hourglass. I thought him dead.
As I did you, Liu Kang.
Wait, can we get a full body shot on this Sindel outfit?
Released mammoth energies which ripped apart time's fabric. The fight had two conclusions. In one, I was the victor. In the other, it was you. It was eons before I discovered this. Once I did, I knew the path forward.
The outfit for Sindel? Oh my god, it's her Mortal Kombat 11 outfit. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Your timeline. I elevated these wretches.
What?
Giving them great power.
Of course she's
Together,
back.
They sowed discord among the realms and assembled for me the Dragon Army.
Mama.
I led them to believe they were aiding my conquest of Earthrealm and Outworld. But my intent...
I need that Sindel cosmetic now!
...this timeline, and then merge it into my own.
You promised us realms. Now you leave us to slaughter? You were pawns, not partners. Your purpose served. You will be sacrificed.
We served you loyally, built you the Dragon Crown.
This is a toy. I do not need it to control the Dragon Army. Only the souls contained within.
Oh, that's, oh no. Oh, that's really not.
Goodbye, Liu Kang. Neither you nor your timeline will be missed.
That Sindel outfit is the best thing I've ever seen. The white eyes! The white eyes! The white eyes! Oh my god! Oh my god! Give it to me now! I need that cosmetic. Please let me play as that. Please. 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 That's my favorite Sindel. That's my favorite Sindel. That's my favorite Sindel outfit. Please. The white eyes! I'm gonna start crying. I'm so happy they're back. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
Melina, what's wrong?
Serum wearing off.
Uh-oh.
Stay in control. You attack my family. I will make you suffer.
Further resistance serves no purpose. This timeline will be destroyed. Fight!
I hate this. Wait, yeah, ew, they have this rated back. Ew. Wait, why did they have that rated back, but they didn't want to give Sindel her old model too? I don't. That's weird to me. Like, I like it, but also like, why did they? I want classic models.
You haven't much fight left. It won't take long to finish.
I like can't move. Can you please? I'm so excited to play as. Well, that's her skin. That's her skin. Like, that's Mortal Kombat 11 Sindel, but it has the new face, which is really weird because, like, all of them are from that game, besides Sindel.
This new Shang Tsung should have sent more minions.
Come forward if you dare.
Yeah, that's
I will
her.
Finish what Raiden could not.
Nice reference to Mortal Kombat 9. Oh! Period. That's gotta be our mod. Like, I need that. I need that in my life.
Your tenacity is to be admired. Until our last breaths are taken. As long as blood flows through our veins, we are not beaten. Noble sentiments, which in the end matter little. None of you will leave here alive.
Good versus evil Sindel. So. Oh! This is the mother off of the century. Oh! Oh! The back of the sword! Okay! No!
Oh, it's so sad to see a child lose her mother.
If my mother dies, she won't be the only Sindel to perish.
Fight.
Okay, I'm about to actually put it in emote only mode because, like, I love you guys reacting, but there are some of you that know what's gonna happen, so you're spoiling it with your text messages. So I need y'all to quit it. Thank you. Or I'm gonna just call it here. We're not gonna finish the story.
This ends when I rip out your heart with my hands.
Okay. How does Tanya just have these on the ready?
Mother, you can't go. Not yet.
It's my time, dear.
No!
At least we had a few hours more.
I will cherish them.
Mother.
Oh, this is dumb.
You are now Empress. Rule well.
I will, Mother. Father and Katana will help me.
No! Of course they would do that. Of course they would.
Of course.
Whatever. I'm so over this.
Father, what did you do?
I collected your mother's soul. It resides within me. She is safe.
Yeah, okay. Stupid. Stupid.
Hurry.
This is where we got down the pipes. Of course they would kill her and like keep all of the no-name characters that we don't give a shit about. Like, who cares about Rico? Reiko? Whatever the fuck his name is? Literally, who gives a fuck? I literally don't even care about Sub-Zero and Scorpion in this game. Stupid. I'm like so pissed. Of course they would kill my favorite. Of course they would. Out of the entire cast. Of course. Of course. Of course they would. I'm like, oh, I'm so
An
mad.
army that large among realms, he'll need a portal, yes?
More than one. You will need a nexus of portal gateways.
It must be nearby. We follow them. They will lead us to it.
Agreed. But we cannot strike until Raiden and Kung Lao arrive.
That the Lin Kuei won't aid us is unforgivable. Bihan has corrupted them totally. When this crisis ends, we will deal with that one.
This is but the opening battle in a longer war. Titan Shang Tsung has prepared his entire timeline for it. We cannot match its strength.
My counterpart said that your battle with him ripped time's fabric, creating two timelines.
So now we're all
But how do we
friends?
know that it wasn't-
We're all friends. We're all just gonna kick it together.
Torn further. If there are two timelines, can't there be more?
Why the thought experiment, Sorcerer?
You said we lack strength. We might find it in other timelines.
How would we do that?
We gather allies from across timelines.
Okay.
To build an open...
I need to go to the bathroom. This is starting to piss me off. We started really strong. This timeline bullshit, I'm mad as hell. This is dumb. This is... I'm going to the bathroom. This is seriously getting dumb. Like, why be like, oh yeah, this is a new, like, why market the game like this is a new timeline just for the kicker to be like, oh yeah, it's actually not. Like, this is like, and I just, like, what? We can talk about it more tomorrow. I'm just gonna... I know. You're telling me it was really going well, and now we're back in the timeline bullshit. Like, this is stupid.
Overwhelming force.
If they exist. We have no proof that they do.
Well, they do, because
the battle in front of us.
the writers are smoking blunts and jerking each other off.
If Liu Kang is right, the battle
Fucking
in front of us is
WWE
already
writers up
lost.
in this bitch, I swear to
This
God.
may be our only hope.
Terrible writing.
Gears, your thoughts?
It is possible. But as I am only the Hourglass's steward, such a search is beyond me. It can only be undertaken by the Keeper of Time.
And I no longer...
How many
wield
chapters
that
are there?
power.
What chapter are we on? I'm like, I'm actually over it. Like, I'm bothered.
You may be able to regain it.
What? How do you mean?
When you gave up control of the Hourglass, I worried that one day you would find you needed it. So rather than let your power dissipate, I collected it. To this day, it remains safely stored.
Why did you never tell me this?
Because the process of restoring your power is likely irreversible. Returning to the life you have now, as Earthrealm's protector, a life you cherish, may be impossible.
And you did not want me tempted to make that sacrifice, unless it was absolutely necessary.
Correct.
Thank you, Geras. You have saved us with your wisdom. Now, where have you stored my power? We must retrieve it.
It is at the Fire Temple, stored in the Jade Jaguar gifted to you by the great Kung Lao.
Oh yes, we'll be up bright and early to watch this direct.
Yes, Geras. Liu Kang has proven more resilient than anticipated. He and his comrades have escaped the fortress.
Forget the others.
I like genuinely don't even understand what's going on now because now we have multiple people in the same timeline and I'm like lost. Like I can't even enjoy what's going on. Like I'm lost.
Find Liu Kang.
Like is this a bad Geras from a different timeline? Like is this who is that? Like who is this? Is this a good guy? Is this a bad guy? Like what?
You could have picked no better vessel to store my power, Geras. I have always treasured the great Kung Lao's gift. It reminds me of his meticulous nature and his generous heart.
Once we retrieve the Jade Jaguar, we will proceed to the Hourglass. There, we will transfer the temporal power stored within it to you.
It now occurs to me that all along, you have had unfettered access to the power stored within. You could have taken it, become Keeper of Time, but chose not to. Why?
The way I was enjoying all of
Because
this,
I
like
have
I'm
faith
so
in your vision for this new era. I am content to be its guardian.
Thank you, Geras. Now, this process you propose, you are sure it will restore my power?
As sure as I can be of one that has been neither tried nor tested. But even if successful, it is not guaranteed that you will find any other timelines or allies. They may not exist.
I pray this is not a fool's errand. I hate leaving the others behind.
Your champions will bolster their strength.
Do we seriously
against the
play a
Dragon
chapter
Army.
as Geras? I'm gonna
It is
lose my
sure
mind
to be the
actually.
mother of all battles.
May the Elder Gods protect them.
Nice reference. Of course it is. Of course it's the same guy that wrote Aftermath. Can we fire him? Oh, these are different timeline girls? Timerial girl. I have a headache. I really do. I can't wait to play Pokemon after this. I'm like, I need like, just...
My ex was so wrong. The 30K I spent on this seems like a steal right now.
This magic is incredible.
Not magic, your loveliness. Technology.
Either way, it's clear what must happen next. The gateways and the Dragon Army have to be destroyed. Scorpion, have you a plan?
We must divide our forces. You, Shang Tsung, Quan Chi, will use your magic to attack the portals. As you do, Kenshi and Jared will grind down the Dragon Army. The rest of us will attack our dark doubles. If they're defeated, it will
it's a
hopefully
chapter
throw the
13,
Dragon
so we
Warriors
have...
into disarray.
An astute strategy.
Shut up!
I could not have devised a better one.
Enough with the empty flattery. If you want our trust, give us actions, not words.
It is time.
Like, I'm in pain.
A venom will spread.
I feel like something was, like, I feel like, after that, like, why would I continue playing? Like, I'm so mad. I need to just get some good food later, and just... Thanks, Marshy. I'll probably end and then restart stream by then. Like, actually, I feel like my heart... Like, out of all the characters, like, I'm so upset. And she was, like, the last to be revealed for the game. Yeah, where is Reptile? And Ashra. Oh, nice Deadly Alliance reference. Kinda love it. I'll give them that one thing. You ate that one thing.
That is unfortunate.
The battle continues, Shang Tsung.
Quan Chi, with me. I, for one, am not pleased we were double-crossed.
I would have liked if it was a reference to Deadly Alliance and not the timeline that we're in right now.
We harness our anger and use it to obliterate my doppelganger's minions.
This outfit for Kenshi, like, what is happening? Like, did they do, like, a line of coke and, like, do crack from, like, chapter 12 to 13? Like, what has happened?
Effective, but insufficient. You cannot thwart me.
I got so mama. I'm just so unamused. I'm really hurt. I'm honestly really hurt. Like, I feel like I just went through, like, a breakup in a weird way. Like, I feel like I was, like, ready for this to be, like, new and exciting, but I feel lied to. I feel lied to.
Trouble us no more.
The gag didn't gag me, it just made me go, ow! Like, really? I feel cheated on. I feel lied to. I feel like a clown. That hair is not cute.
There are more who acquire our attention.
It's a long story, mama. We're at chapter 13. It's not cute. I'll tell you that. We're not happy over here.
You're welcome, sorcerers.
Is it me, or is that Raiden becoming insufferable?
But it's also a reference to Deadly Alliance on the
But it is
GameCube.
tomorrow's problem. Let us first solve today's. Fight.
Stupid. That's what they were saying about 9. They were saying it was like a reboot and a sequel of the other games or whatever. I hate this rain skin. Like, ew.
Still wish to fight? I will send you to a watery grave.
I'm just so, like, I'm shocked. Like, I don't even know what to say. Like, what do you, like, where do, like, what?
Problem solved.
Yeah. There were a lot of games that did that too that I was just like, wow.
2 of 5.
I mean, we've been saying the multiverse.
Now on to the next.
Like, we've been saying this for years. The multiverse thing is, like, not cute. Not even that, the multiverse, like, in Spider-Man, like, I heard the last movie, there was a to be continued at the end of it, and I was like, I'm not going to see that shit. Like, that's too much. You guys need to wrap it up. I don't need a fucking trilogy.
Did you see that?
His life force is
No.
feeding the portal's
Chance, I'm so
energy.
sorry, but I'm
kill
so...
We close them permanently.
I don't even know what to, I don't even know how to explain anything to you. Like, it's just, like, it's just not, this isn't cute.
These meddling minions grow tiresome.
Let us finish them.
Who is that?
Fight.
Why do you look like that? I love that, like, instead of being like, okay, we'll give you cute alternate outfits, they were like, oh, we're gonna add the multiverse and this is how we're gonna introduce these outfits to make sense. When they could have just given us the outfits and not related it to the story. Is this a reference? Did he look like this in a game? It's yeah, I'm so sorry. It's can you tell I'm overwhelmed? I agree. Mobile, I agree. Thank you all for bearing with me through this. I don't even know what to say. Like, you guys are saying it pretty perfectly in the chat, so thank you. But I don't even like actually know words. Something like that. Yeah, did Triple H write this?
So much for fire and ice.
Are you hurt?
I've never been better. Fools. Your spell worked before only because you surprised me. It won't happen again.
The hood doesn't even make sense.
Fight.
To buy what? There's nothing to buy yet. If I could swipe my card to get all the Sindel cosmetics, I will, but you can't do that, can you? I need a Tylenol. Who's if the oh god, what if the Nintendo Direct and the State of Play are bad and I just fatigue myself before I have to move into a new apartment for no reason and I'm just a mess?
His soul is ours.
Oh, okay, you can, it's okay, you're good.
You've done it. The army's trapped.
All of the other realms in this timeline are safe.
Never forget, Raiden, that we risked our lives to perform this service.
One that
Okay.
wouldn't have been needed if you hadn't conspired with
So like, what is the
others.
objective now? I don't even understand that.
They will fight to the last man.
Come, we must help the others.
Can I stop playing as this flop? Yeah, we're in a timeline thing. It's just... TLDR... Oh... The timeline thing is still happening. Mortal Kombat 11 is still happening. So who's...
Are you ready to begin the search?
We never played as Katana in the story. Oh. Okay.
May there be other timelines and titans to find.
Interesting choice. Don't even start right now.
Garrus? Liu Kang?
Easy, Katana. You are among friends.
What's happened?
This wig.
Where am I?
A long way
She's
from
wearing a
home.
hard front.
In a different timeline, to be precise.
What? Are you also
A keeper of time? Yes.
both of us? How is that possible?
So she's the keeper of
battle
time
for
in another
Kronos Alvarez
timeline?
ripped apart time's fabric. Where there once was one timeline, there are now many. Each new timeline represents a different possible outcome of that battle.
My
In
God.
mine, I became Time's Keeper.
In yours, it was you. In others, it could be Jade, Sindel, even Kano.
Do you guys see me? I'm about to rip my wig off. I'm about to rip my fucking wig off. How dare you mention Jade twice, and especially at the peak of the story, and she's not in the Mortal Kombat developers. I fear you're going to hell. You're sick for that. You're sick. Oh, mama, my headache is getting... Oh my god.
The possibilities are endless.
If many timelines sprung from one...
Okay. Hold on a second. Ed Boon needs to fucking grow up. Act your age. He flirts with every goddamn character and doesn't put them in the same game because he likes to troll. Grow up! I'm sick of him. I'm really sick of him. I seriously am. I seriously am. Like, he literally just always is, like, trolling. Like, you're the owner of a company and a franchise. Act like it. Like, you act like a fucking child. It's so annoying. Act your age and grow up. And we don't even have to start about him posting AI art and not even realizing that it's AI art because he's so fucking stupid.
And we were both part of it then. You are my Liu Kang.
The same one who battled you in Shang Tsung's courtyard. Who fought at your side at the Colosseum. Who beamed with pride when you became Outworld's Khan.
Why does fate seem always to conspire against us? To deny us life's simple pleasures?
I don't know.
Girl, just play with your kitty and move on.
Perhaps in one of the many timelines. They are ours.
I would like to think you brought me here for them. But I know you well enough to know better. What duty beckons us?
I will tell you. But first, we must gather more of our old friends.
This shoe is ugly as
Shang
fuck.
Tsung, Titan, wielding the power of the hourglass?
Yes, Kung Lao. He is a threat to all timelines. He is not yet aware of any beyond his and Liu Kang's.
For now.
I didn't think it could get worse, mama.
I had hoped my victory over Kronika would end the endless cycle of combat. Sadly, it begins anew.
We have no choice. We must stop Shang Tsung.
The millions in my White Lotus Society will aid us, if needed.
Thank you, my friends. He is here.
The outfits are cunty.
You have found allies.
Is that Melina?
Titan allies, in fact. How could I have been so blind? Of course our timelines aren't the only two.
Retreat.
I'm gonna say this. If these outfits, we can't play these outfits, I'm full serious. I might have the biggest breakdown of my life.
To yours, Shang Tsung. Your attempt to merge timelines has failed.
Yes. Your comrades proved most resourceful. Thus, I have resigned myself to simply destroying your timeline. Knowing that others
That Melina outfit is everything. I actually really like Katana's too. I like how it looks like very traditional.
Once I destroy your hourglass, your timeline will cease to exist.
Melina's is giving
I
red
will take
Kokomi.
great pleasure in finishing you. one last time.
I need to see. Oh, is that Li Mei? I need to see Nitara's hair. Cute.
You fight how I remember. I know what you'll do before you do it.
Likewise. Let's hope our advantage proves decisive.
We breathe. I think we all just need to breathe. Especially me. Oh, this is Baraka? I didn't even recognize them. Yeah, this is a chop. Mama. Okay. And you know why we didn't get a katana chapter? It's because Liu Kang. It's his fault.
Slither back to your timeline.
They jumbled her into his chapter, so we don't get a chapter for katana. That's literally why. Bro, relax.
How I've missed fighting by Katana's side.
Oh, shut up. Oh, is that Tanya? Did you see that fit?
Let's...
Oh, Tanya has the best cosmetics in the game, I fear. I don't know. I don't know.
Rip the flesh from their bones.
Are Tanya's of all timelines this evil? Mine is no better.
You should meet mine. She's a vast improvement.
I'd like that. Should we survive this battle?
Oh my god, Li Mei looks so good. Oh, I take back everything I said this stream about Li Mei. If I can get to play this cosmetic, oh, it's over. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, she's taking it, mama. Oh, she's...
Oh, she's taking it.
She's taking it. The thigh-high boots. Ooh. The ponytail is sitting too like it should. Oh. Is this the point? They were like, yeah, we're gonna tear you down and then give you the cuntiest cosmetics we've ever shown you ever. We're gonna rip your heart out and make you suffer, and then we're gonna show you the most stunning cosmetics you've ever seen in your life. But then after this, they're like, actually, we're not gonna let you play as those. You can't unlock those. I will gag. Like, I will actually audibly gasp.
Are you the best Shang Tsung can do?
It has begun.
It was a hypothetical, I didn't ask. I'm just so desaturated from the spoilers in chat, you guys.
Stop them. If the hourglass is emptied, this timeline will be destroyed.
Oh, not that chicken wig. Hold on, I take back.
My friend.
Why does she have a short little bus driver on?
This battle ends with your timeline obliterated. Your final moments will be torture and pain.
I do not fear your bravado. I have bested twins far more evil than you.
Fight.
Not the Liu Kang off. I will say, this Liu Kang on the right, a lot cuter. I like the evil Liu Kang better. But that's probably because he has his shirt off, so. Oh, that, oh. That is so embarrassing.
Shang Tsung has made us resilient. I won't go down easily.
Y'all didn't see that. I let him win that. I was ordering dinner with my brain. Exactly.
It's time to break my mirror image.
Not that corny line. This game's falling under the Act 3 curse. Baldur's Gate had it, Final Fantasy had it, Tears of the Kingdom kind of had it with that temple. Now this. You just can never have a successful Act 3 in a video game. It's the Act 3 curse.
Go back to your timeline, brothers.
Not too much.
We have little time. The hourglass is failing.
Then let us end this now.
Be good girls and kill them, won't you?
As you command.
Ew.
Shang Tsung.
Katana and I will fight them.
Ew.
Save the hourglass.
Yes, Liu Kang.
Fool. You cannot save it.
I don't know which of them is worse. Both are cracked reflections of me.
They are abominations. Neither will survive this fight.
Fight.
What do you mean, reflect? Fire. That was a weird comment. Yeah, it's really pretty. I like Melina's more. Well, I like them both evenly. I want to switch the colors on this katana. It's gold. I think I have a thing against blue and gold or blue and yellow together. I think I actually have something. I have beef.
Once Shang Tsung is finished, you will
Oh
be
yeah. Well, I don't play Chun-Li. Maybe that's why. I'm a jury girl. What are we doing this for exactly? Like, I'm asking a genuine question. Like, what are we doing? Like, what is, like, actually the point?
This isn't over, Liu Kang.
I lost any sense of reality of, like, what, like, the storyline is. Like, actually.
Thank you, everyone, for your aid. This battle was won together.
Shang Tsung is gone, but he's not defeated. He will be back to renew his campaign.
Not only against this timeline, but against all timelines.
Our choice is clear. We must take the fight to him.
Jump scare.
Destroy any power he has to make war against
You're
us.
literally so you.
Agreed.
He looks like
Shang
a president.
Tsung is likely already gathering allies as I gathered you. We must best his efforts. Assemble an overwhelming army from across all timelines.
Oh. Oh, that's no. Oh, that's not. Now we're just getting ridiculous. We're gonna travel across all these timelines, but Jade is dead. Like, nowhere to be found. Can we fix the camera to go the right way, please? Oh, that Nutara cosmetic is stunning. Sindel's classic skin over there, I see it. I better be able to play as all of these cosmetics. Every single one. Every single one. Ashura right there, I want to play as that. You're ugly. What? Well. Oh, Armageddon! Oh, it is a reference to Armageddon. That's Megan Fox right there. That she has a mug on. I told you she'd look good with the mug.
The threat you pose to them ends.
Oh, it's like actually Armageddon.
Such certainty, Liu Kang.
I love this
This
reference.
battle will end in your favor.
I don't love the story going this direction,
It
but
can end no other way. Because across all timelines, the arc of history bends toward justice.
Does it? In this timeline, it bends toward me.
okay, I'm scared they're not gonna let us use these cosmetics though. I'm scared. There's too many. They're not gonna let us use all these.
The hell I unleash upon you.
Yeah, I rightfully banned that person. They spoiled the end of the game, lol. So, they can go fuck themselves. There's too many, like... Hi, Bev. I need that Ashura skin. That Ashura skin is fierce.
How quickly will you flame out?
Oh, this skin's cute. Hello, the FPS. I like this skin. This would look cute with some different colors, I think. It's giving casual mother. Scorp Liao? Hello? Oh, runs.
I expect this to be hair-raising.
Oh, they've really gone off the deep end, Ma. This is something. The thong on this costume. See, I would like this if it was actual Armageddon, but it's not. Well, it is, but it's not.
You stand no chance against royalty.
What is happening? That's Sub-Zero with titties. Can I play as her? Let me play as female Sub-Zero, please. I'll buy it. They could throw microtransactions at me and I would say yes. I'm dead serious. What?
Can't you see the coming storm? Fight.
Actually, what is happening? There's actually room for everyone, let's just say that.
Your time ends here. Fight!
What? The Kombat kids?
Allow me.
Well. Well. Not Cassie, when she was the best one.
Well done, daughter.
You're welcome. Now hurry. There's no time to waste.
Oh.
You get to be killed by a megastar.
Fight.
I just... like... Why did they just bring... I mean, I'm glad it was the Kombat kids and not Jade. You know they would have brought Jade back just to fucking kill her.
away before I scream.
Fight!
Me after my estrogen every day. I feel like this. Are you gonna make it to the top of the stairs, Ma? It's gonna be tester might, I fear. Oh, never mind.
Test your might.
Oh! They love the eye jabs in this game. Yeah, but like the other outfits, like we need all of them. Like you can't just tease all of these different outfits and not give them to us. Sorry, I don't make the rolls.
You are almost there.
Oh wow.
You will not survive.
Oh my god, how many of these fights, dude?
Fight.
Not Janie Chiquet. Don't. He didn't even say anything, he just walked up. He doesn't even have a name. I like actually have a headache. Like this is wild. Was this the like emotion they were trying to give us?
It's only a little further, Sindel. Follow me.
It's a couple stairs. Oh, we keep getting knocked down.
Your defenses have failed, Shang Tsung. This is over.
I do not think so.
I mean, this doesn't make any sense because Sindel died, but it's okay.
That you've brought this on yourself. Avarice and ego have again proved your undoing. We have no choice but to eradicate you.
It is you who will be eradicated. You and your followers. And once you are dead, all timelines will be mine.
Yeah, notice how it got bad after she left. I'm just scared going forward for new games, because now I'm like, are they gonna be like, yeah, well, she's dead, so she's not gonna be in the new game. I'm like, ooh. Why is this running at like 2 FPS? Then what?
Your position is precarious. To survive, you must submit.
Yes. The question you must ask is, if Liu Kang couldn't finish us, how possibly could you?
Fight.
I think it's because it's just like, because you can play any character, so they didn't want to have custom voice lines. Because it could be anybody you're playing right now. Oh, that's a lot. This is giving boss damage. Okay, that's not. We're not doing this. Alright.
To survive, you must submit.
Yes. The question
I can't
you must
skip
ask
it?
is, if Liu Kang couldn't finish us, how possibly could you?
Yeah, mama. I'm like gonna cuddle into bed, eat french fries, and I guess sleep for 2 hours before the direct. Okay, that is too much damage. Guess we're gonna be here a while, because this damage is kind of BS. Never mind, I guess. Oh, we got Havoc. Perfect.
And they called me the Chosen One.
To each timeline its own. Shall we?
You have done more than enough. Please permit me to end this.
You're not gonna end it. It's gonna go on for another game because Ed Boon is a weirdo.
May that be the last we see of you.
Well, I don't think it is.
Liu Kang, what's happening?
Timeline. Without Shang Tsung to hold it together, it's falling apart.
That doesn't make any sense.
You must return to your timeline before this one collapses. Thank you for your aid, Sindel. May we one day meet again.
I'm telling you, the locations we found here are money. I mean, look at this. Don't the rainbow colors on these mountains just scream Outworld?
I cannot believe you'll be telling our story about how we defeated Shang Tsung.
Well, the studio thinks it's fiction, not fact. But I don't care, as long as it's covering the budget.
I assume you'll be the star.
Nope, I'm behind the camera, writing and directing. Time to let someone younger and prettier take the lead. You know, I've written in parts for all of you, if you want them.
Us? On screen?
I mean, they're cameos. But like they say, there are no small parts.
Thank you, Johnny. But we must decline.
But Raiden?
The new initiates arrive tomorrow. We must return to the Wuxi to begin their instruction.
If I see the Kombat kids, I'm gonna lose my mind.
You are right. What about you, Takahashi? I need a blind swordsman. And no actor can do what you do.
I would love to. But my work to revive the Tyra is starting to pay off. I can't let up now.
Yeah, just not today, Mama.
Now I know better than to ask you. Your plate is always full.
I have to be up at 10 for the direct.
Indeed, Johnny Cage. Which is why I must now depart.
Off to Outworld? To advise the Empress?
Between her father and her sister, Melina is receiving plenty of good advice. And with the sorcerers and the general imprisoned, there are few threats to her rule.
Is something wrong, then?
I am simply shoring up our defenses. As you know, Bihan and his Lin Kuei have abandoned their roles as Earthrealm's guardians. His brother, Kuai Liang, has agreed to build a new clan, the Shirai Ryu, to take its place. I must go aid his efforts.
Is there anything we can do?
Not yet, but I will call upon all of you when the time comes. Madame Beau, once again you have served an excellent meal.
That's kind of you to say.
Enjoy the rest of your evening. And thank you, all of you. You have served well as Earthrealm's champions.
No, Liu Kang. Thank you. Joining up with you really has changed the arcs of our lives.
I am glad.
All right, gentlemen. If you're finished, there's only one thing left to do. Which one of you gets the bad news?
Not me. I'm still 3 mil in the hole on Sento. How, thick's your wallet, Takahashi?
Thick enough. But seems to me our hosts are on the hook.
Yeah, where is Astra?
The Shaolin live modestly. Easy, Kombat. They're teasing.
They're gonna do a fucking cliffhanger. If I know them, I know they love a cliffhanger.
The realms are in safe hands.
What? I'm not getting copywritten. I'm gonna be honest, that was really painful towards the end. I was really liking it. And then it just kind of, like, turned into a car crash. I mean, there's probably a post-credit scene, but... Can I skip these credits? Oh, I only would have guessed there was a post-credit scene. What? Right, okay.
Ah, look at him, clinging to life. Even now he struggles.
Everyone who fought today did so fiercely.
That wig? That was so rude.
I've not been here for it. I would have thought it impossible. Warriors from across timelines, clashing in combat. The blood, the death, the chaos.
Yes, Lord Havoc. It's unfortunate it all ended so fast.
Lord.
The next time, It won't.
No, there's no next time. Oh. This nightcore music. I will be skipping. So that was it. You defended the era from Shang Tsung, but your adventure just began. Invasions will take you on a single-player journey across the realms. We'll do that in another stream. Yeah, I can't say I'm pleased. I mean, my reactions say it all. I can't really, speak to that. Y'all know how I feel about that. So I don't really know what to say or do from here. I'm like not really happy. So who's the 23rd spot? Who is this plus sign? Is this a spot for the DLC people? Why is that just there? Like, what is that? Does nobody know? Are they just like not gonna address it? Okay, but I'm also not understanding like what I do, yeah. I have everybody, but this spot is empty. So do you give this a 2 or a boot? For the story gets a boot. The game, I think, a 2, obviously. I think I'll have to sit on it and like give you guys a real, like, maybe I'll post, maybe tomorrow when we do the stream, I'll like really give a synopsis, but like actually, I'm like, my brain is fried because like, I like literally don't even know how to react to that. Yeah, where is the store? I thought you guys were saying that you can... Like, how do you... Good night, Oomphy. Thanks for hanging. So also what I don't understand is like, since that end section had so many customizable stuff, why can't we create a character? Oh. 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 Oh, I fear we have to swipe, I don't know. Seasonal items. Oh, Mama's eating. I mean, I'm for it because like I want to see more cosmetics, but I'm broke. Oh. Oh. So these are here for 40 days. So like, we don't have to worry about that. We have to worry about this, mama. These two, they're leaving in 24 hours. We have to swipe. So can you not unlock this, like, ever? You have to buy it. We don't know. She doesn't lose the headpiece. I'm gonna lose my mind. She keeps it on. I'm gonna, like, get crazy. I know this is a Brazil exclusive, and I don't think you can get that. I can't buy this currency? Why not? Why? I'm swiping. That's not what I wanted to hide. I'm not letting a Sindel skin go. I just bought it. But you have to pick what color you want? Oh, hold on, you guys are getting silly. Oh, on the wrong. No, I want to use the outfits we just got. Customize. There's only 10 bucks. Oh. Oh, you got all the colors. Work. And she has the white eyes. Perfect. I'm happy. Ooh, kind of fierce though. I don't know. That's cunty. That's cunty. That's cunty. I actually don't mind the face piece. That's actually really cunty. I also got the Tanya one. You know I had to do it to him. Get into it. Get into it. Pop diva, Tanya, get into it. She looks so cute. Can you not take off her headpiece? Oh,
Sindel, Tanya, Serena, Sonya Blade, Hanging Gardens.
This revived it for me a bit. Wow. Look at this cosmetic. I'm so into this. This is giving like yassified Mortal Kombat 11 Sindel. I'm not even mad anymore. Like, I was upset about her makeup and stuff, but she has the white eyes now, and I'm like, I'm so happy about it. Like, I'm so happy. Yes. You saw that, right? That's her taunt, Mama. You better chew. I love her so much. Oh my god. That's so cool. I didn't know they had taunts. They removed teabagging. Oh my god, they have cute taunts. That's so cool. Can I do the fatality here? Am I not allowed to do that in this training? I want to do the fatality with this cosmetic.
Sindel, Tanya, Sarina, Sonya Blade.
Some areas don't have a day or night cycle. Oh, you can change the pyramid too.
Hanging Gardens.
You, above all, must obey Umgadi rules.
I must obey my heart, Empress.
Wow, the hair. I'm so happy. They got rid of the shitty fucking grinding out the towers for cosmetics. We needed that. I'm like, the story could be shit. I'm happy. I'm glad they did that. That was terrible.
Round 2, fight.
If I could just swipe my card for a cunty cosmetic, I'm with it. I'm not gonna grind out 5 hours of gameplay for a recolor. You know? Fuck. Whatever. Period. I just wanted to see her in the victory pose. Like, come on, she looks amazing. I'm happy. We'll talk more about our synopsis on this story. I'm just like so gagged still. But I will be ending stream now. Thank you guys for hanging out, and thank you so much to WB and Mortal Kombat for sponsoring today's stream. We will play lots of Mortal Kombat. 1 in the, or should I say 12 in the next couple weeks. But tomorrow we have a busy day, and then on the 16th I move into a new apartment, so please give me some grace and put me in your prayers because it is going to be the busiest couple hours of my life. I'm glad we got to stream the story though, so I can not be afraid of spoilers, but I'll see you guys in the next one. I'll be live again in 10 in the morning. Brand new phase, brand new me. I'll see you guys in 8 hours for the Nintendo Direct.